Welcome to another live stream on my page here, Sports Bonanza John on YouTube and Sports Kick John here on Kick. Game 3 of the World Series, Toronto Blue Jays, Los Angeles Dodgers. Team split the first two in Toronto as the series now heads to Los Angeles and Dodger Stadium for Game 3. We will preview this game momentarily. First of all, let's start off with a prayer. Lord Jesus, thank you for this day and thank you for everything you do for us. And please look over us all, Lord, as we need you right now, and look over all the players and keep all the players and fans safe tonight. As we ask all this in your name, Lord Jesus, we pray. Amen. All right, Game 3, Blue Jays, Dodgers. Blue Jays thumping the Dodgers in the opener before the Dodgers got yet another complete game from starter Yamamoto in Game 2 to even that series and send it back to Los Angeles for this crucial Game 3. With the series tied at a game apiece, Blue Jays sending Max Scherzer to the hill in Game 3. The Dodgers countering with Tyler Glasnow in a World Series that has now become a best-of-5 with now 3 in a row in Los Angeles. Games 3, 4, and 5 over the next 3 days. If you tuned into my live stream expecting to see me for the first 2 games of the World Series, that was the original plan. I fell a little bit under the weather, so was unable to come on over the weekend, or on Friday, and then a work situation on Saturday. So apologies if anybody tuned in to see me over the weekend. But back to it, we are here tonight in Game 3 of the World Series, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Winner will take a 2-1 lead in the series. Here's the batting order. The Blue Jays will send out against Tyler Glasnow in Game 3. George Springer DHing and leading off for Toronto. Nathan Lucas in left field will bat second. Vladimir Guerrero at first base hitting third. Bo Bichette in the lineup in the cleanup spot and playing second base. Dalton Varsho in center field will bat fifth. Alejandro Kirk, the catcher, in the sixth spot tonight. Addison Barger in right field will bat seventh. Clement playing third base will bat eighth. And Andres Jimenez, the shortstop, will bat ninth. Springer, Lucas, Guerrero, Bichette, Varsho, Kirk, Barger, Clement, and Jimenez. Starting batting order for the Toronto Blue Jays. And they will face Tyler Glasnow, getting the start in Game 3 for the Dodgers. Glasnow in postseason play, making his third start, fourth appearance overall. He's pitched 13 in the third innings. He's given up 1 run, 7 hits, walked 8, struck out 18 so far in his previous postseason appearances. And he will try and send down this Blue Jays lineup just as they were quieted in Game 2. On a 70-degree evening, late afternoon, out west in Southern California. This crucial Game 3 of the World Series. Dodgers so far in the postseason only lost 2 games so far in postseason play. They are 10-2 in the postseason so far this year. Blue Jays 11-5 in postseason play this year. And we are just about set to go at Chavez Ravine for Game 3. Leadoff batter George Springer for the Blue Jays. Springer in postseason play is hitting .259. 4 home runs. He's drove in 9. This is a Blue Jays team that has hit 23 home runs in the postseason. as Glasnow completes his warm-up tosses. And game 3 just about set to get underway. Blue Jays winning the opener 11-4. Dodgers bounced back in game 2, picking up a 5-1 victory. Second, again, that was the second consecutive complete game for Yamamoto in these playoffs for the Dodgers. Umpiring crew tonight, Mark Wegner behind the plate, Alan Porter over at first base, Adam Hamari at second, Jordan Baker at third base, Will Little down the left field line, and Adrian Johnson down the right field line. Warm-up tosses being completed, and George Springer getting set to step in the batter's box, and we are just about set for game 3 in a 1-1 World Series. Has become a best of 5. So we are set to go. Springer steps in. And World Series Game 3 is underway. First pitch from Glasnow is ball 1. Springer 3 for 8 so far in the World Series. Straya, the next pitch, and it makes it 1-1 on Springer. Glasnow's 1-1. That's a tap foul, third base side, and the count goes to 1-2 on George Springer. One-two pitch. Swing and a miss. Springer strikes out, and that's how game 3 begins. The batter will be Nathan Lucas. Hitting .318 in the postseason. So Glasnow starts off the night with a strikeout. Pitch to Lucas is in the air. Left field, will it stay in play? Yes, it does. The catch made in foul territory out there in left field by Enrique Hernandez. And there's 2 outs very quickly in the Blue Jays first. And it will bring up Vladimir Guerrero. Guerrero hitting .431 in postseason play, 6 home runs. Steps up with the bases empty and 2 outs here in the first inning. Pitch to Guerrero downstairs, ball 1. Three hits in the World Series for Guerrero. Bounces it foul, counts even 1-1. One pitch on the way to Guerrero. In the air to right, barely having to move out there, is Teoscar Hernandez, and a very efficient 8-pitch top of the first inning for Tyler Glasnow. And the Dodgers will step up for the first time in Game 3 in the bottom of the first against Max Scherzer. And here is the lineup the Dodgers will send out against Scherzer in Game 3. Of course, Shohei Ohtani, DHing and leading off. Mookie Betts, the shortstop, will bat second. Freeman at first base bats third. Will Smith, the catcher, in the cleanup spot. Max Muncy at third base will bat fifth. Teoscar Hernandez in right field batting sixth. Tommy Edman playing second base tonight and batting seventh. Enrique Hernandez in left field batting eighth. And Pages in center field will bat ninth. Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Smith, Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez, Edman, Enrique Hernandez, and Pages, the batting order for the Dodgers against Max Scherzer. Scherzer making his second appearance in the postseason, got a win in his prior outing. Pitched 5 2/3 innings, gave up 2 runs, 3 hits. Walked 4, struck out 5, so it wasn't a great walk to strikeout ratio. But the 5 2/3 innings in his previous postseason appearance did get him the win. And Ohtani will step up here in the bottom of the first for the Dodgers in postseason plays, hitting .224. 6 home runs, 11 driven in. But he has also, in 49 at-bats, well, I should say in 57 plate appearances, because he's walked 8 times. In 57 plate appearances in the postseason, Ohtani has struck out 19 times. So that's 1 out of every 3 at-bats. Ohtani's striking out. But he will lead it off here in the bottom of the first for the Dodgers against the veteran Max Scherzer. Scherzer's 4th appearance in the World Series with his 4th different team. He's won it twice. Back with the Nationals in 2019 and back with the Rangers 2 years ago. That win for Scherzer in the postseason was the clinching game in Game 4 of the ALCS. As Ohtani fouls it off for strike 1, or not the clinching game, I'm sorry, but the Game 4 win of the ALCS. I'm thinking Division Series. My apologies. Strike 1 pitch to Ohtani from Scherzer is ripped into right. That is fair. Into the corner. Ohtani rounding first, and he will have a leadoff double here in the bottom of the first inning. His 8th extra base hit of the postseason. That was actually a rule book double as it bounced into the stands. He'll bring up Mookie Betts. In postseason play for Betts, he's hitting .271. So a leadoff double for Ohtani here in the bottom of the first. Scherzer's pitch to Betts, ball 1. Betts hitting 1 for 7 in the World Series so far. The 1-0 pitch. Betts hits it foul. That'll even the count a ball and a strike. One pitch on the way to Mookie Betts. That's a little low and outside. Count goes to 2-1. One 2-1 pitch to Betts. That's hit foul, and that'll even the count 2-2. Two-two pitch from Scherzer to Mookie Betts. In the air, right field. That could be trouble, and it is going to be a running catch out there. In right field by Barger. Ohtani has to hold it second. Thought that might be trouble, but the ball held up long enough to where Barger could get to it. So one down, and it'll bring up Freddie Freeman. Freeman hitting .222 in the postseason. Scherzer's pitch to Freddie Freeman. A little tight, ball one. Pitch to Freeman, a swing and a miss on the 1-0 pitch. Counts even 1-1. Scherzer looks in and delivers the 1-1 to Freeman. Popped up. Into foul territory, but playable. Now coming back into fair territory. The catch is made by Clement for the second out, and it will bring up the Dodger catcher, Will Smith, and the cleanup hitter with 2 outs, and Ohtani at second. Smith hitting .314 in postseason play. Ohtani leadoff double, but he's still standing there now with 2 outs. Has a fly out and a pop out following the double as Smith fouls it off for strike 1. Will Smith currently in the midst of a 6-game hitting streak in the postseason. 0-1 pitch. There's a strike, and it's quickly 0-2. The count on Will Smith. One or 0-2 pitch rather to Will Smith. And now it's 1-2 as that's down in the dirt. Nice stop back there by Kirk. Smith steps back in and awaits Scherzer's 1-2 pitch. Down in the dirt. Again, nice block by Kirk. It's 2-2. Sun setting over Dodger Stadium on a Monday night. Approaching 5:30 local time. 2-2 misses high, and Smith's battled back to a full count against Max Scherzer. Comes the payoff pitch from Scherzer to Smith. Pop foul, and it stays 3-2 as that'll reach the seats. Ohtani at second. Another full count pitch to Smith. Swing and a miss. He got him. And Scherzer gives up nothing after the leadoff double to Ohtani. Inning in the books in Game 3 in LA. Blue Jays, Dodgers, no score. So an update on my live stream schedule coming up. We'll be with you for Games 4 and 5 the next 2 nights, tomorrow night and Wednesday night. As this series is going at least 5 games in the World Series. Possibly, I have not decided yet. Possibly may be on for a college football game on Thursday night. Tulane and UTSA. The only reason I'm considering going on for that game is because Tulane is now in the mix for that group of 5 college football playoff berth. So that's why I'm considering going on Thursday night for that college football game between Tulane and UTSA. Keep you updated on that. I'll probably have an official announcement on that on my Wednesday night live stream. But here we go, the top of the second. It's going to be Bo Bichette leading it off for the Blue Jays here in the second inning. Bo Bichette appearing in just his 3rd game in the postseason. He was not on the ALCS or ALDS roster. Bichette is 1 for 3 so far in his 3 previous at-bats. Keep you updated on that Monday night football and Monday night NFL game going on. Chiefs and Washington out there in Kansas City. Game is scoreless midway through the first quarter. First pitch, top of the second to Bichette is upstairs, ball 1. Bichette hit .311 in the regular season. And he's ahead of the count here, 2-0 against Glasnow. .20 pitch, swing and a miss. I think he may have went after ball. It's 2-1. Blue Jays going in their blue tops tonight with the gray pants. 2-1 to Bo Bichette's up and in, 3-1. Dodgers, of course, going in their home whites, the blue lettering. .3-1 pitch on the way to Bo Bichette. And here's the pitch. Bichette lines it into center. That's going to be a base hit. So Bo Bichette with a leadoff single and the first Blue Jays base runner tonight here in the top of the second inning. And the batter will be Dalton Varsho. Varsho in the postseason hitting .255. Pitch to Varsho's downstairs, ball one. Varsho hitting 1 for 7 in the series, but that one hit's a home run. Glass now looks in and delivers the 1-0 pitch to Dalton Varsho. Way high, 2-0. .2-0 pitch to Varsho. Hit foul, and that will move the count to 2-1. (2-1) to Varsho. That's high, and it's 3-1. Glasnow's 3-1 pitch on the way to Dalton Varsho. This is not the start to... Whoa, that's a strike. What do we have here? Looks like... Okay, Bichette is picked off at first base. He thought it was ball 4. Varsho thought it was ball 4. It was a called strike, and Bichette was halfway between first and second base, and he gets tagged out. That pitch was nowhere near a strike, but it was called a strike. Bichette thought for sure it was ball 4. He was just trancing over to second base. And he gets picked off at first base. That pitch was not even close to the strike zone, but it was called a strike by the home plate umpire, and now it's 3-2 with the bases empty and 1 out. And Varsho fouls it back. Here comes another 3-2 pitch. And another foul ball. So with that said, Bichette obviously thought it was ball 4, but you've got to be alert and make sure that you see what the call was made. Again, making base running mistakes like that, that is for sure ball 4, as that was in the dirt. So a 1-out walk to Varsho will bring up Alejandro Kirk. Kirk hitting .255 in the postseason, 4 home runs, 10 runs driven in. That pitch lined into right field for a base hit for Alejandro Kirk. Rounding second and heading to third is Varsho. Runners at the corners with 1 out for Toronto. So how big was that base running blunder now by Bichette? And the batter will be out, Addison Barger. Barger in the postseason hitting .300. Chance to give the Blue Jays the second inning lead. First and third, 1 out. Pitch to Barger, fouled back, strike 1. Barger 2 for 5 in the World Series with a home run. A 1 pitch is foul, and Barger in an 0-2 hole. Whoops. Oh, 2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Barger strikes out. That's the second out of the inning. And it will bring up Clement. Clement hitting .429 in the postseason. Looking for a 2-out hit to give the Blue Jays the lead here in the second inning. Clement sends it into center. It's going to be caught, and the Dodgers get out of the inning with a little bit of a gift on that at bat to Varsho. Blue Jays strand 2. We go to the bottom of the second. Blue Jays nothing, Dodgers nothing. It'll be Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez, and Tommy Edman due up in the bottom of the second inning for the Dodgers. So Max Muncy will lead off the bottom of the second for the Dodgers. Muncy hitting .229 in the postseason. So going back to that play where Bichette was picked off at first base on what everybody thought was ball 4, you got to be alert as a base runner to see what the official call is before you just start walking away from first base there. So it's still a base running blunder that you cannot afford, especially here in the World Series. So bottom of the second we go. Scherzer back to work here. He'll face Muncy. Update on that Monday night football game, Chiefs in Washington. Still 0-0, 2.5 to go in the first quarter. Do have a little bit of off the field baseball news. The Baltimore Orioles have hired their manager. Craig Albernes named the new manager of the Baltimore Orioles. Coming over from Cleveland, where he was the associate manager for the American League Central champions from Cleveland. But now will get his chance in the big leagues as he's named the new manager of the Baltimore Orioles. Orioles, very, very disappointing season this year. Finishing in last place in the American League East this year. First pitch, bottom 2 to Max Muncy. Got a little under this one and sends it into right field. Barger there, 1 pitch and 1 out in the Dodgers' second inning. And the batter will be Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar Hernandez hitting .229 in the postseason. Hitless in the World Series is Teoscar Hernandez, 0 for 7 and 5 strikeouts. Takes low here, ball one. Hernandez swings and misses on the 1-0 pitch. Counts even 1-1. One pitch is hit foul. Will that stay in play? It will not. It is off the netting. 1-2. One-two pitch inside to Teoscar Hernandez. 2-2. Two. Teoscar Hernandez sends it deep to left. Teoscar Hernandez makes it 1-0 Dodgers as he sends it out to left field. Dodgers strike first in game 3, 1-0. Teoscar Hernandez goes deep for the 5th time in this postseason. And the Dodgers strike first. 412 feet to left field. Batter will be Tommy Edman. Strike one. Edman hitting .262 in the postseason. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. .02 pitch to Edman is high. 1-2 now the count. One-two, a swing and a miss. Edman strikes out for out number 2. And the batter will be Enrique Hernandez. Enrique Hernandez hitting .273 in postseason play. Strike one. A one pitch, a swing and a miss, and it's quickly 0-2 on Enrique Hernandez. Strike two pitch. Outside, 1-2. Downstairs on the 1-2 pitch, counts even 2-2. 2-2 pitch. A foul ball to stay alive. Two is another foul ball. Count stays 2-2. Two is low, full count. Payoff pitch from Scherzer to Hernandez. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Enrique Hernandez strikes out, but a Teoscar Hernandez home run in the second inning gets the Dodgers on the board first in Game 2. 1-0 LA after 2. Blue Jays will have Jimenez and then the top of the order, Springer and Lucas, here in the third inning. Of course, Game 4 coming up tomorrow night. Probable starting pitcher Shane Bieber expected to get the Game 4 start for the Blue Jays tomorrow. And I've got to check this. Shohei Ohtani is the scheduled starter for Game 4, but I have to double check on this because I could have swore there was an issue on the World Series roster, and I thought there was an accident and Ohtani was not listed as a pitcher on the roster. He was listed as a DH only. So that may have been resolved, but because he is the scheduled starting pitcher for Game 4 tomorrow night for the Dodgers. So it'll be Jimenez leading off the third for Toronto. He's hitting .244 in this postseason. So here's Jimenez leading it off against Glasnow here in the third inning. 1-0 Dodgers. First pitch, top of the third. Inside corner, strike 1. A 1 pitch, a swing and a miss, and it's quickly 0-2. Strike 2 pitch is foul, and the count stays 0-2. Another 0-2 pitch. Way outside, 1-2. Jimenez hitting 1 for 7 in the World Series so far. 1-2 is a bouncer to second on one hop, and the throw to first in time. And there's out number 1. Back to the top of the order, Springer. Springer struck out his first time up. To short. 2 out. And it will bring up Lucas with the bases empty and 2 outs. Lucas 0 for 1. Lucas takes low, ball 1. One 0 is upstairs. It's 2-0. Two 0 pitch is fouled away. Counts 2-1. Two 1 pitch is in the air, foul. That'll reach the seats. It's 2-2. Two pitch to Lucas. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Glasnow with a strikeout of Lucas. Blue Jays down in order in the third. We go the bottom of the third. Still 1-0 Dodgers in game 3. So for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the third inning, it'll be Pages and then the top of the order, Ohtani and Betts. So Pages to lead it off in the bottom of the third, hitting just 4 for 43 and an 0.93 average in the postseason. That Monday Night Football game, Chiefs and Washington scoreless early in the second quarter. So a defensive struggle in that Monday Night NFL game so far. I will be back to doing the live streams of the Monday Night Football games next week following the World Series. Here we go. First pitch, bottom third from Scherzer to Pages. Foul back, strike one. Strike one pitch to Pages. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. 0-2 pitch on the way. Scherzer to Pages is foul. Pages stays alive, 0-2. Oh, 2 is downstairs. 1-2. One-two pitch is popped up. Foul territory. That will reach the seats and out of play. One-two pitch. Pages pops it up on the infield. Second baseman Bo Bichette makes the catch, and there's the first out, and we're back to the top of the order in Ohtani. Ohtani doubled to lead it off in the bottom of the first, but he was stranded at second. Ball one. One 0 pitch, swing and a miss by Ohtani. 1-1 now. Ohtani swings and misses on the 1-1. It's now 1-2. One-two to Ohtani is foul. Count remains 1-2. think Ohtani's, I don't know if he's wanting some kind of interference here or. He's back in the box. And the 1-2 pitch once again from Scherzer to Ohtani. That's line foul, and the count will stay 1-2. Another 1-2. Ohtani rips it to right. And there it goes. Goodbye. Ohtani goes deep once again. 7th home run of the postseason for Ohtani. 2-0 Dodgers. So 2 long balls against Scherzer here in Game 3. Mookie Betts stepping in. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Betts sends this one in the air to left. This one's going to stay in the park. And the catch is made by Lucas for the second out. And the batter will be Freddie Freeman with the bases empty and 2 outs. Way too much of the plate on that pitch to Ohtani, on that pitch from Scherzer. And Ohtani made him pay. Freddie Freeman, 0 for 1 so far, takes high, ball 1. Popped out his first time up back in the first inning. 1-0 pitch misses high and outside. It's 2-0. Scherzer's already north of the 50 pitch mark, and he's not out of the third inning yet. It's 2-0 pitch. Hit foul, and the count goes to 2-1. Scherzer looks in and delivers the 2-1 to Freddie Freeman. Downstairs, the count now 3-1. Three-one pitch. That's ball 4. Freeman draws a 2-out walk, and the batter will be the cleanup hitter, Will Smith. Smith, a strikeout victim his first time up. Scherzer's pitch to Will Smith is outside, ball 1. One-0 pitch is a dribbler foul, first base side. 1-1 on Will Smith. 1-1 pitch. Strike two at the knees, 1-2. One-two pitch down low. Nice stop by Kirk. It's 2-2. Two-two pitch to Will Smith. Outside, runner takes off and safe. Stolen base for Freddie Freeman. So Freddie Freeman swipes second to get himself into scoring position with 2 out. Ooh. See, if Toronto wants to challenge this, I think he might be out at second base. It's very close. Question is, did the tag come on the top of the shoulder before Freeman's foot slid into the bag at second base? And Toronto is challenging. It is very close. On the one angle, which was behind second base, so I guess from center field, it appeared the tag came on the shoulder just before Freeman's foot hit, but is it indisputable enough is the question. This view right here that they're showing right now from center field, it looks like the tag is applied on the shoulder just before Freeman's foot slides in the bag, but is it enough to overturn is the question. Call on the field was safe. The other camera angles, you can't really tell. And that view from center field is the telling angle, but even with that, although I think he's out, I don't know that it's going to be enough to overturn the call on the field because it's very close. And they have stuck with the call on the field as safe. I don't think there was enough there. So Toronto down to 1 challenge. So Freeman in scoring position with 2 outs and a full count on Will Smith. Smith lined into right field. That's a base hit. Freeman rounding third. The throw home. He is out by a mile at home plate. The strike on the throw from right field guns down Freeman at the home plate. And it keeps it at 2-0. That was a strike thrown by Barger in right field. And there's no question here that Freeman is out. Dodgers get a run on the Ohtani homer. We go to the 4th. Dodgers lead at 2-0. Be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Blue Jays. Guerrero, Bichette, and Varsho in the top of the 4th, trailing 2-0. Update on that Monday night NFL game. We finally have a score. The Chiefs have scored. Chiefs lead Washington 7-0, 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. And actually, I want to correct something I said. I said I'm going to go back to the Monday Night Football NFL games on my live stream starting next Monday. Next Monday might be an exception as well. Next Monday is opening night of college basketball. I may do a college basketball live stream next Monday instead of the Monday Night NFL game. But again, I'll have an update on that later on in the week. So it'll be Guerrero leading it off here in the fourth for the Blue Jays. Here's Guerrero, first pitch, top four, outside, ball one. Upstairs, it's now 2-0, the count on Vladimir Guerrero. Guerrero flew out his first time up back in the first. Glasnow's 2-0 pitch to Guerrero. That's downstairs, and it's 3-0. Three-zero pitch taking all the way, and it's a strike. 3-1 now on Vladimir Guerrero. Three-one pitch is hit foul, and that will fill the count. 3-2. Fouled off into the Toronto dugout. Payoff pitch to Guerrero, ball four, and it will be a leadoff walk here in the fourth. Batter will be Bo Bichette. Bichette singled in the first, and then he was picked off on first on that wild play with the miscommunication on the strike call. Strike one. You know that play is going to be talked about on all the sports radio shows tomorrow. Strike one pitch. Bichette grounds it to set right under the glove. It looked like a routine play there at second base, but that ball went right under the glove of Tommy Edman, and Guerrero will end up at third base. That's going to be an E4. I don't know that it would have been a double play, but they at least would have gotten one out on the play. Instead, it's first and third, nobody out for Toronto. Edman just didn't get the glove down. It just hit just off just off the top of the glove and caromed into right field. So now the Blue Jays with an ample opportunity, runners at the corners, nobody out. And Varsho, the batter, takes strike one. Varsho walked his first time up. Oh, 0-1 to Varsho's hit foul, and Varsho in an 0-2 hole. Oh, 2 pitch. In the air, not very deep into left center, and there's going to be no tag here. Guerrero will hold at third, 1 out. And the batter will be Alejandro Kirk, the Toronto catcher. Kirk a single back in the second. Pitch from Glasnow to Kirk. In the air, left center. That's hit pretty well. Back to the wall. It is gone. Kirk sends it out. 3-run home run. And the Blue Jays go from a 2-0 deficit to a 3-2 lead here in the fourth. Kirk's 5th home run of the postseason. And Toronto leads it in the fourth. Barger, the batter, takes strike one. How that's changed things. That's on the inside corner, 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch, that's down in the dirt, 1-2. Barger, a strikeout victim back in the second inning. One, two to Barger's down low, 2-2. Two pitch. That's outside, and that will fill the count on Barger. He's battled back from 0-2 to a full count. Three-two payoff pitch. Hit foul, and we'll do it again. Another 3-2 payoff pitch. That's lined into right. That's going to be a base hit. Barger aboard with a 1-out single. The batter will be Clement. So Glasnow's run into problems here in the fourth inning. A walk, an error, a flyout, the 3-run homer, and a single here in the fourth inning for the Blue Jays. Clement steps in. 0 for 1. Glasnow's pitch, and it's foul for strike one. Barger was off on the pitch, too. They'll have to retreat back to first base. Strike one pitch. That's off the end of the bat. That's going to drop into right field for a base hit. Barger rounding second and heading to third, and it's a Blue Jays hit parade here in the fourth inning. And Jimenez will be the batter. Jimenez grounded out back in the third inning. First and third, one out. Jimenez fouls it off for strike one. A 1 pitch, that's hit into center. That's going to definitely bring in a run at the warning track. The catch is made. Barger tags from third and scores. The throw to second is late, and Clement advances to second base. 4-2 Toronto on the sacrifice fly from Jimenez. And we're back to the top of the order in Springer. Springer 0 for 2. Pitch to Springer. Ball one. Bullpen starting to get busy for the Dodgers. 1-0 pitch is foul, out of play, 1-1. Anthony Banda starting to loosen in the Dodger bullpen. Glasnow now at 62 pitches. One, a swing and a miss. Counts now 1-2 on Springer. One-two pitch. Down low, 2-2. Check swing over to first, but no swing. Time called prior to the 2-2 pitch. Two. Upstairs, that'll fill the count, 3-2. Three-two payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Springer strikes out for the second time. And the top of the fourth finally done, but a big 4-run inning. Big blow, 3-run home run by Alejandro Kirk, and we go the bottom of the fourth. The tide has turned all of a sudden. Blue Jays lead at 4-2. Be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters for the Dodgers. Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez, and Edman in the bottom of the fourth. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Blue Jays. 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. That was a costly error in that inning by Edman. So now the Dodgers will have to come from behind in this one, trailing 4-2. Washington has tied up the Chiefs in that Monday Night Football game, 7-7. Under a minute to go, second quarter. So here we go. It'll be Muncy leading it off in the bottom of the 5th inning. Muncy 0 for 1 so far in this one. So now Scherzer will go to the mound with the lead. So here's Muncy stepping up here to lead it off in the bottom of the 4th. Here we go. First pitch, bottom 4. Inside corner, strike 1. A 1 pitch. Inside, 1-1. One, bounce foul. Count goes to 1-2. 1-2 pitch. Bouncer to first. Guerrero will take it to the bag himself. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. And the batter, Teoscar Hernandez. He started the scoring tonight with a home run in the 2nd inning. Scherzer's pitch to Teoscar Hernandez. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. A 1 pitch. A little inside. 1-1. One from Scherzer. Swing and a miss. Or it might have been a foul tip. Nonetheless, it's 1-2. One-two pitch from Scherzer to Teoscar Hernandez. Here it is. Bouncer foul. Hernandez stays alive. 1-2. Another 1-2 pitch from Scherzer. Lined into right. And the catch made out there in right field by Barger for out number 2. 2 out, nobody on. It'll bring up Tommy Edman. Edman, a strikeout victim his first time up. Scherzer's pitch to Tommy Edman. Strike 1. Strike 1 pitch. Outside, 1-1 to count. One. Popped up on the infield. Clement makes the catch. Scherzer a 1-2-3, bottom of the 4th. On we go, the 5th in LA, Game 3. Blue Jays lead the Dodgers 4-2. It will be Lucas, Guerrero, and Bichette, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for the Blue Jays in the 5th inning. And Blue Jays sent 8 men to the plate in that 4th inning and picking up the 4 runs. Again, the scheduled Game 4 starters tomorrow. Shane Bieber for the Blue Jays. Shohei Ohtani is listed as the Game 4 starter for tomorrow. So I might be incorrect on that, but I thought that Ohtani was not going to be able to pitch in the World Series due to that error on the roster that was given on the World Series roster. I thought they had only had Ohtani listed as DH by mistake, and he couldn't pitch in the series, but I could very well, I'm obviously wrong on that since he is the scheduled Game 4 starter. They have reached the half in the Monday Night Football game between Washington and Kansas City. That game is tied 7-7. So into the fifth inning we go. Lucas will lead it off for the Blue Jays. He is 0 for 2. Glasnow back out here for the fifth inning. He's at the 66 pitch mark through 4. So here we go. First pitch, top of the fifth. Glasnow against Lucas. Ball 1. Lucas, a foul out and a strikeout so far tonight. 1-0 pitch. There's a strike. The count's even 1-1. One pitch to Lucas. Swing and a miss. 1-2. One, 2. Down low, 2-2. Glasnow's 2-2 pitch to Lucas. Upstairs, that'll fill the count, 3-2. Full count pitch. Hit foul, and the count stays 3-2. Another full count payoff pitch on the way to Lucas from Glasnow. Another foul ball. Good battle here. Lucas calls time before this next 3-2 payoff pitch. Payoff pitch once again. Ball 4. There's a leadoff walk to Lucas here in the fifth. And it'll bring up Guerrero. Guerrero 0 for 1. He has reached on a walk and scored a run. He scored on the Kirk 3-run homer. Glasnow to Guerrero. Strike 1 on the outside corner. Oh, 1. Hit foul, and Guerrero in an 0-2 hole. Guerrero looks in. Glasnow set to deliver the 0-2 pitch. Just missed. 1-2. One-two pitch to Guerrero. In the air to right field. Playable out there, and the catch made by Teoscar Hernandez for the first out. And the batter will be Bo Bichette. Bichette 1 for 2 tonight. Singled his first time up and then reached on that Edman error last inning. Crucial error that was. 1-0 pitch to Bichette. Swung at ball 2, and it's 1-1. Glasnow's 1-1 is outside and low. 2-1 now the count on Bo Bichette. Two one. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Varsho on deck. Two pitch. Foul. Count stays 2-2. Two pitch. Bouncer, that's going to be a tough play, but it rolls foul. Muncy wisely let that roll foul because he was going to have no chance, I don't think, to throw out Bichette at first base. Another 2-2 pitch on the way to Bichette from Glasnow. Throw to first. Two is on the inside corner, strike 3. Bichette strikes out, and out comes Dave Roberts. That's going to be the last batter Glasnow faces tonight. Signal to the bullpen. As Dalton Varsho will be the batter, but he's going to have to wait because he's going to be facing Banda. He's coming in to pitch here in the 5th. Runner at first and 2 outs. Blue Jays lead at 4-2. Banda coming on for the 5th time in the postseason. He's pitched 3 1/3 innings so far. He's given up 3 runs, 4 hits. He's walked 1 and struck out 3. So Glasnow 4 2/3 innings in this one. He is responsible for the runner on base. So Dalton Varsho will be the batter. Varsho 0 for 1 so far. He has reached on a walk. Glasnow's line's not complete yet. Banda on to pitch to Varsho. Ball 1 outside. One-zero pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1 now the count on Dalton Varsho. One. Popped up on the infield. Who wants it? Looks like it's going to be the shortstop Mookie Betts with the catch. Midway through Game 3, Blue Jays lead the Dodgers 4-2. So the line complete now on Glasnow. 4 2/3 innings, gave up 5 hits, 4 runs, just 2 of them earned. Walked 3, struck out 5. He threw 85 pitches on the night. But he would be the pitcher of record on the losing side as of right now. Unless the Dodgers come back. For the Dodgers here in the bottom of the 5th, it's going to be Enrique Hernandez, Pages, and then the top of the order, Ohtani. And Scherzer, who's at 72 pitches right now, if he can get through the 5th, he could be the pitcher of record on the winning side. If he could get through the 5th still with the lead, anyway. So Enrique Hernandez leading it off. He is 0 for 1, struck out his first time up. Scherzer back to work here in the fifth. As we approach 7 o'clock local time out on the West Coast. First pitch, bottom 5, ball 1. One 0 pitch. Foul back. Counts even 1-1. One pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Blue Jays bullpen starting to loosen. Luis Varland and Mason Flaherty. One-two pitch. Hit foul. Hernandez stays alive, 1-2. Another 1-2. Up the middle, there's a base hit for Enrique Hernandez to lead off the bottom of the fifth. Fifth hit of the night for the Dodgers. Both teams now with 5 hits, and it'll bring up Andy Pages. Pages popped out his first time up. Strike one. Pages' postseason average is now at .091, 4 out of 44 in the postseason. Pages sends it in the air to right. Barger out there, 1 out. And back to the top of the order in Ohtani. He homered last time. A homer here ties it. He also doubled back in the first. Scherzer is not going to make it out of the fifth as he has thrown to his last hitter of the night, so neither starter will get the win tonight. As Scherzer goes 4 1/3 innings, he is lifted. So it looks like they were set on giving him 2 full times through the lineup, and that's it. And Mason Flaherty coming into the game to pitch to Ohtani. Flaherty out for the 9th time in the postseason. He's pitched 5 innings. He's given up 3 runs, 6 hits. He's walked 2, and he has struck out 8. Comes in to face Ohtani, inheriting a runner at first and 1 out. So here we go. Flaherty against Ohtani. First pitch to Ohtani, strike one. Oh, 1 pitch. Outside, 1-1. One pitch. Downstairs, 2-1. Two one. That's low. It's 3-1. Doesn't look like Flaherty wants anything to do with Ohtani here. Three one. Ohtani pitches to Ohtani there, and Ohtani fouls it off, and the count goes full, 3-2. Three-two payoff pitch. In the air, left center. Man, that's going to be to get down and go to the wall. Rounding third is Hernandez. He scores third extra base hit of the night for Ohtani, and it's 4-3 in the fifth. A homer and now 2 doubles for Ohtani. That run is charged to Scherzer, so that'll close the book on him. 4 1/3 innings for Scherzer, 5 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, 79 pitches. The batter's Mookie Betts, now in a 1-run game. Strike one. A 1 outside, 1-1. One pitch. Hit foul. 1-2. One-two pitch in the air to left. And playable out there in left field. Catch made by Lucas for out number 2. Ohtani holds at second. So 2 outs and the batter, Freddie Freeman. Ball 1. Flaherty trying to get out of this. Still with the lead as Freeman fouls it off. Counts even 1-1. 1-1 pitch on the way to Freeman. Fouled off. Count now 1-2. One-two pitch from Flaherty to Freeman. Hit to first. That's fair! Down the first base line. Dodgers are going to tie this game. Freeman an RBI single. It's 4-4 in the fifth. Ball just fair past Guerrero. And that will bring up Will Smith. 2-run fifth ties it. Flaherty will be pulled. And the third pitcher of the inning for Toronto, Varland, coming in. Try and keep this game tied. Varland on for the 12th time in the postseason. 0-1. He's pitched 11 2/3 innings. Given up 6 runs, 10 hits. He's walked 2. He has struck out 13. On to try to get this final out and keep this game tied. The Dodgers have rallied for 2 in the fifth to tie it. So here we go. 4-4. Will Smith fouls it off, strike one. The first pitch he sees from Varland. Freddie Freeman at first, representing the go-ahead run. Will Smith 1 for 2 in this game, single back in the third. Varland's 0-1. Strike 2. 0-2 pitch. Up high, 1-2. One-two pitch misses outside. That'll even the count 2-2. Two-two is called strike three on the outside corner. Will Smith down. Varland gets out of it. The Dodgers tie it with 2 runs in the 5th. On we go to inning number 6. In a back and forth game 3, Blue Jays, Dodgers tied 4-4. Dodgers are going to go to the bullpen here in the top of the 6th inning. Justin Robleski coming in to pitch for just the second time in the postseason. He's pitched 1 inning so far. So a third of an inning tonight for Banda on just 3 pitches to get out of that top of the 5th inning. Blue Jays will have the 6, 7, and 8 hitters, Kirk, Barger, and Clement, due up here in the top of the 6th. Now in a 4-4 game. Update on that Monday night football game. 21-7, Chiefs lead Washington. Chiefs have scored 2 touchdowns in the 3rd quarter. So onward we go to the 6th. And here's Kirk to lead off. Kirk 2 for 2. A single and a 3-run homer in that 4-run 5th. At the time, put the Blue Jays up 4-2 before the Dodgers tied it with 2 in the bottom of the 5th. Robleski's first pitch to Kirk is ball 1. One-0, strike 1. One-one. Kirk fouls it off. Counts now 1-2. One-two pitch from Robleski to Kirk. Foul back. Count stays 1-2. One-two pitch. Another foul ball. Kirk's hanging in here. 1-2 pitch again. Kirk to first. 1 out here in the top of the 6th. As Freeman makes the play, and it'll bring up Barger. Barger 1 for 2. He singled and scored in this game. Robleski's pitch to Barger. Ball 1. Clement on deck. 1-0 pitch. There's a strike. Counts now 1-1. 1-1 pitch to Barger. Swing and a miss. 1-2. One-two pitch, fouled back. Barger stays alive, 1-2. One-two pitch, a little outside. Evens the count 2-2. Two-two, high chopper. That's going to be a tough play. And the throw to first, no throw to first. Barger beats it out on an infield single. Muncy probably wisely just held that ball because he would not have thrown out Barger at first base. Infield hit, and it'll bring up Clement. Clement 1 for 2. Pitch to Clement, fouled off, strike 1. And Barger was taken off trying to steal second again. Oh, 1 pitch. It's inside, a ball and a strike. One is hit foul. One-two pitch is upstairs. 2-2. Two-two pitch is called, strike 3 on the inside corner. 2 down, and it'll bring up Jimenez. Blake Treinen starting to loosen in the Dodger bullpen. That's up the middle. Nice play by Betts. Throw to first in time. To retire Jimenez and retire the Blue Jays in the 6th. Bottom half of inning number 6 we go. Blue Jays, Dodgers 4-4 in game 3. Top of the order. That's not right. I was going to say top of the order's due up for the Dodgers, but that's not correct. It's going to be should be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters. Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez, and Edman due up in the bottom of the 6th inning. Site that I look at for all the stats has the top of the order due up, but that's, yeah, should be 5, 6, and 7. By the way, I forgot to mention the line is complete on Blue Jays pitcher Flaherty when coming into the game. He pitched a third of an inning, gave up 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned. He threw 14 pitches. So Varland back out to pitch the 6th. He only pitched 6 innings to get out of the bottom of the 5th inning. It will be Muncy leading off. Muncy 0 for 2 tonight. First pitch, bottom 6. Foul ball, strike 1. Muncy a fly out and a ground out tonight. Varland's 0-1. Strike 2. Muncy in an 0-2 hole. O2 pitch. Inside, 1-2. One-two pitch. Down low, 2-2. Varland delivers the 2-2 to Muncy. Swing and a miss. He got him on a low one. 1 out. And here's Teoscar Hernandez, who's homered 1 for 2 tonight. Teoscar Hernandez got the scoring started tonight with his solo homer in the second. Takes ball 1. One 0, swing and a miss. 1-1 on Teoscar Hernandez. One is high. 2-1 the count. Two-one pitch from Varland to Teoscar Hernandez. Lined into left field. That's going to be a base hit. Teoscar Hernandez with a 1-out single, and it'll bring up Tommy Edman. Dodgers with the go-ahead run on here in the bottom of the 6th. Edman fouls it back, strike 1. Strikeout and a pop-out tonight for Edman. Edman looks in on Varland, and the 0-1 is in the air to left. And just shy of the warning track, catch made in left field for the second out by Lucas. Runner on and 2 outs, and it'll bring up Enrique Hernandez. Hernandez 1 for 2 on the night. Foul back, strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch. Outside, 1-1. One. Swing and a miss. 1-2. One, two, on the ground to short. Off balance throw to first is offline, and the throw to third is out at third base. Hernandez tried to stretch it and get to third, but he was thrown out. And that will end the Dodgers' threat in the 6th. Let's see if the Dodgers want to challenge this. This is actually kind of close at third base. The ball beats Teoscar Hernandez, but when is the tag applied? And Dave Roberts is calling for a challenge. He thinks Teoscar Hernandez beat it. He did. The throw beat him. But was the tag applied before Teoscar Hernandez's foot touched third base? Toronto challenged a call earlier in the game and was unsuccessful. So currently, it is currently 4-4. And we'll see what this call ends up being. So it appears, looks like the call on the field is going to stand. And if that's the case, the Dodgers are done in the sixth. It's going to be the top of the order for the Blue Jays in the top of the seventh inning. Springer, Lucas, and Guerrero. In what appears is still going to be a 4-4 game. Four runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Blue Jays. Dodgers have stranded 4 runners on base. Blue Jays have stranded 5. So here we go. Springer will lead it off here in the top of the seventh for Toronto. First pitch, top 7, as they did stick with the call on the field on the last out of the bottom of the sixth. There was a little bit of hesitation from Teoscar Hernandez when he left second base and headed to third base. If he had just ran through it without that hesitation, he definitely would have been called safe. And Springer is hobbling after this foul ball. And he's the trainer having a look at George Springer right here. It looks like Springer's going to leave this game. He's tweaked something on that swing. And Springer's headed to the locker room. So Springer's going to have to leave this game, and there's going to be a pinch hitter. Pinch hitter is going to be Ty France. Ty France making his first appearance of the postseason as he hits for Springer here as an 0-1 count. So George Springer exits this game with some kind of apparent injury. Ty France will take over in the DH spot in George Springer's place in the order. France in the regular season hit .257. 0-1 pitch to him is high, 1-1. Wroblewski's 1-1 to France is on the inside corner, strike 2. A ball, 2 strikes. Lucas on deck. He'll be followed by Guerrero. One-two pitch. France takes high. It's 2-2. Two-two pitch. Foul back. France stays alive. Two-two pitch. And France fouls it off again. Good battle here. Two-two pitch. No swing, and it was a check swing, and the pitch was low. Count is full on France, 3-2. Full count pitch, swing and a miss. France strikes out for the first out of the 7th. We bring up Lucas. Lucas 0 for 2. He has reached on a walk. First pitch swinging, a chopper back to Wroblewski. Underhand throw to Freeman to first for out number 2. And here comes Guerrero. Bases empty, 2 outs. But it's not going to be against Wroblewski. It's going to be against a new Dodger pitcher. Dave Roberts makes his way out of the dugout. The Dodgers will go to the bullpen for the 3rd time tonight. Blake Treinen coming in the game. Treinen on for the 8th time in the postseason. He's pitched 3 2/3 innings, given up 3 runs, 5 hits. Walked 2, and he has struck out 5. Will face Vladimir Guerrero with the bases empty and 2 outs. 4-4 game, top of the 7th. So Wroblewski goes an inning and 2/3. Gave up 1 hit and struck out 2 through 28 pitches. And Treinen, the 4th Dodger pitcher of the night. coming on to try to keep this game 4-4. So here we go. Training against Guerrero. Ball 1. Strike 1. Counts even 1-1. One one. Guerrero sends it up the middle for a base hit. Guerrero with a 2-out single. Batter will be Bichette. Bichette 1 for 3 tonight. Strike 1. Bichette singled. He also reached on that Edman error and scored on the Kirk 3-run homer. Throw over to first, and Guerrero dives back in. Guerrero, the medium-sized lead at first base. 0-1 pitch to Bichette. Fouled away, and Bichette's in an 0-2 hole. Bottom of the 7th for the Dodgers, it's going to be Pages, and then the top of the order, Ohtani and Betts. 0-2 is outside. A ball and 2 strikes to count on Bichette. One-two pitch. Fouled away. Bichette stays alive, 1-2. And Guerrero was off on the pitch. He'll have to retreat back to first base. Dalton Varsho was on deck. Another 1-2 pitch. And another foul ball. Another 1-2 pitch to Bichette. Throw back to first again. Guerrero dives back in. One-two pitch once again to Bichette. Another foul ball. Good battle. Another 1-2 pitch. Guerrero does not go. That's on the ground, and that is fair down the right field line. Guerrero rounding 30s coming in. Here's the throw home. It is offline, and Guerrero scores. Toronto takes the lead back, 5-4 in the 7th. RBI single by Bichette drives in Guerrero as he scores from first base. And the Blue Jays are back in front. Teoscar Hernandez threw the ball home right when he got to it, but it was a little offline. And that allowed Guerrero to score. 5-4 Blue Jays. I think there was checking. The camera people had to leap because that ball went off the wall there, kind of in the right field, first base, the little corner wall there. Cameraman had to jump for dear life to avoid that baseball. Somehow it did not hit any of them. Varsho swings and misses for strike one. Pinch runner at first base for Bichette, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. So he'll come on and play second base defensively. Varsho fouls it back, and he's in an 0-2 hole. Oh-2 pitch. Throw over to first. Kiner-Falefa dives back in. So the Dodgers will have to come from behind yet again for the second time tonight. That's a little nubber to show. And then no play. That's going to be an infield single for Varsho. And that will bring up Alejandro Kirk. Both teams now with 9 hits tonight, and Kirk steps up. He hit that 3-run home run to give the Blue Jays the lead in the 4th before the Dodgers even things up in the bottom of the 5th. Kirk's also singled. He's 2 for 3 on the night. First and second, 2 outs. Pitch to Kirk. Ball 1. One-0 pitch. Ground ball to second. And the throw to Freeman in time to retire Toronto, but the Blue Jays retake the lead on the RBI single by Bichette that drives in Guerrero. Stretch time in Game 3 at Dodger Stadium. Blue Jays lead at 5-4. Again, it's going to be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters, Pages, and then the top of the order, Ohtani and Betts. Due up in the bottom of the 7th. Oh, got a good one here in Game 3. First 2 games of this series in Toronto, not real competitive, but this one's made up for those. Fourth pitcher of the night for the Blue Jays coming in. It's going to be Seranthony Dominguez. Seranthony Dominguez will come in for the ninth time in this postseason. He's 2-0 so far. He's pitched 8 innings, given up 3 runs, 3 hits. Walk to strikeout ratio a little sketchy. He's walked 5 in 8 innings and struck out 7. Comes on in relief of Varland. Varland goes an inning and a third, gives up 2 hits. Struck out 2. He actually would be the pitcher of record on the winning side for Toronto. At the moment. And Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who came on to pinch run for Bichette, stays in the game at second base, where Bo Bichette was playing. And France, who came in for Springer, who got injured on a swing on a foul ball, stays in the DH spot, in the leadoff spot in the batting order. So it'll be Pages leading it off here in the bottom of the 7th for the Dodgers. He is 0 for 2 tonight. So here we go, bottom 7. Dominguez against Pages, strike 1. A 1 pitch. Low, 1-1. Pop out and a fly out tonight for Pages in his 2 prior at-bats. 1-1. Hit foul, and it's now 1-2 on Pages. One-two pitch to Pages. Little low, 2-2. Two-two pitch to Pages. Foul off. Count stays 2-2. Two-two pitch. Just missed. And the count goes full. Dominguez delivers the full count pitch to Pages. In the air to right. Barger there. 1 out. Pages 0 for 3 tonight, now 4 for 46 in the postseason. And here comes Ohtani. 3 for 3 tonight. He's homered and he's doubled twice. And a meeting on the mound here before this at bat to Ohtani. At least for Dominguez, he's getting Ohtani up with nobody on base. Pitch to Ohtani. Left center field. Back it goes. And goodbye. Ohtani ties it again. Second home run of the night. 8th of the postseason for Ohtani. And it's 5-5 in the 7th. My goodness gracious. Best player in baseball right there. Mookie Betts fouls it off, strike one. Shohei Ohtani has just become the second player in World Series history to record 4 extra base hits in a World Series game. Strike 2 to Betts. It's 1-2. One, 2 to Betts, a swing and a miss. He strikes out for out number 2. And the batter's Freddie Freeman with bases empty and 2 outs. Well, the crowd knew it once he hit it. Freddie Freeman takes ball 1. Freeman 1 for 2. He has singled and reached on a walk and drove in a run. 1-0 to Freeman upstairs, 2-0. Two-0 pitch. Nowhere near. It's 3-0. Three-0 pitch. That's a 4-pitch walk to Freddie Freeman. And here's Will Smith. Smith 1 for 3 tonight. Ball 1. That's 5 consecutive pitches out of the strike zone from Dominguez now. Will Smith singled back in the 3rd. Throw over to first. Freeman back in. One 1-0 pitch is fouled back. Counts now 1-1 on Will Smith. One. Little outside, 2-1. Two-one pitch. That's a ball. 3-1. Three one is fouled off, and it's a full count. Three-two payoff pitch. Ball four. First and second, 2 outs. The batter is Max Muncy. Hitless in 3 at-bats tonight. But if he gets his first hit of the game here, Dodgers probably take the lead. Chris Bassett starting to loosen in the Blue Jays pen. Foul ball here by Muncy, strike one. Fly out, a ground out, and a strikeout in Muncy's 3 at-bats tonight. Well, 0-1 is outside, 1-1. One outside, 2-1. Freeman, the go-ahead run at second base. Will Smith at first base. Two one is low, 3-1. Three one. Bouncer to second. And that will do it in the bottom of the 7th. But an Ohtani homer has tied it yet again. We head to the 8th in a doozy of a Game 3. Blue Jays, Dodgers, 5-5. In the Blue Jays' 8th inning, Barger, Clement, and Jimenez, bottom third of the order. It'll be against the 5th Dodger pitcher of the night. As Jack Dreyer is coming in to pitch for the LA. Dreyer coming on for the 3rd time in the postseason. He's pitched an inning in 2/3 at this point. He's walked 2 and struck out 1. So the line on Treinen, a third of an inning, gave up 3 hits. One run. So the Dodgers going on their 5th pitcher of the night. Blue Jays have used 4. Barger will lead it off in the 8th for Toronto. Barger 2 for 3 on the night with a couple singles. He scored one of the 5 Blue Jay runs tonight. Now, for Toronto, George Springer left with an injury. So he is out of the lineup. His spot would be due up 4th in the 8th inning in France. Who's getting his first postseason appearance in the game is in his spot. But here's Barger to lead it off in the 8th for the Blue Jays. Dreyer's first pitch to Barger. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch. Bouncer to short. Betts. The throw to first is low, and Freeman can't dig it out, and Barger's aboard. See how they score that. Hey, would have had him on a good throw, so that's... I would think going to be an error. And it is. Second error of the night on the Dodgers. And here's Clement. Clement 1 for 3, singled back in the 4th. Popped up right field. Teoscar Hernandez under it, 1 out. Here's Jimenez. Jimenez 1 for 3, and incidentally, there's a pinch runner at first base for Addison Barger. Miles Straw running at first base for Barger, so he's going to come in defensively in the bottom of the 8th. Oh, 1 line to left field. That's a base hit. Straw will stop at second. 2 on with 1 out for the Blue Jays. And we're back to the top of the order in France. France, who came in for Springer when Springer suffered that injury on that at bat. Blue Jays with runners at first and second, one out here in the eighth. And Dave Roberts going to make a change on the mound. Pitcher number 6 of the night for the Dodgers coming in, and he's bringing Sasaki in. Dave Roberts bringing in his closer, Sasaki. Sasaki in for the 8th time in the postseason. He's got 3 saves. He's pitched 8 innings, given up 1 run, 3 hits. He's walked 2. He has struck out 6. But comes on inheriting runners at first and second, 1 out here in the 8th. And France will be the batter. So Sasaki here to face France. France in his prior at-bat struck out. So here we go. Sasaki against France. Pitch. Ball 1. Straw, the runner at second. Jimenez, the runner at first. On the ground to third. And the throw over to first in time for out number 2. Runners do advance to second and third. So Blue Jays have 2 in scoring position with 2 outs for Lucas. Lucas 0 for 3 tonight. I think Muncy may have had a chance to tag Straw there running to third base, but he elected to take the out at first. Second and third, 2 outs for Lucas. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Lucas at the plate looking to give Toronto the lead back with 2 in scoring position. Outside, 1-1. Lucas has walked tonight. Only time he's reached base. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2, and now the Dodger Stadium crowd rises. One-two pitch from Sasaki to Lucas. Down low, nice stop by Smith to keep that from going to the backstop. 2-2. Sasaki delivers the 2-2 pitch to Lucas. Chopper back to Sasaki, who fields. And the underhand throw to Freeman, and the Blue Jays strand 2 in scoring position. Bottom of the 8th we go in Game 3. Blue Jays, Dodgers tied at 5. Toronto's now left 9 on base. In the Dodgers' 8th inning, it's going to be Teoscar Hernandez, Edman, and Enrique Hernandez. Both teams with 10 hits. Dodgers do have 2 errors tonight. So, bottom of the 8th we go in a 5-5 game. Bassett, the 5th Blue Jays pitcher coming in. Bassett out for the 4th time in the postseason. He's pitched 3 2/3 innings. Walked 1, struck out 5. He'll face Teoscar Hernandez to lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. Teoscar Hernandez, 2 for 3. Homered and singled. His home run in the 2nd inning started the scoring tonight. So Seranthony Dominguez goes 1 inning, gives up 1 run, 1 hit. Walked 2, struck out 1. Miles Straw, who pinch ran for Barger, goes into the game in left field. And Lucas, who was in left field, moves to right field. And Isaiah Connor-Falefa, who pinch ran for Bichette, stays in the game. Ed Bichette's spot at second base. Teoscar Hernandez took ball 1 on his first pitch. Now the 1-0. 2-0. 2-0 pitch. Teoscar Hernandez sends it in the air to center. And the catch made out there for the first out in the bottom of the 8th. Here's Tommy Edman. Hitless in 3 at-bats tonight. In the 9th inning, the top of the 9th for the Blue Jays, it will be Guerrero, Kiner Falefa, and Varsho. 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Pitch to Edman, strike 1. Strikeout, a pop out, and a fly out tonight for Edman in his 3 at-bats. Strike 1 pitch. Edman sends it in the air to left. Miles Straw out there makes the catch for out number 2. And it'll bring up Enrique Hernandez, 2 for 3 with a couple singles. Coming up with the bases empty and 2 outs. This will guarantee one more at bat for Ohtani. Pitch to Enrique Hernandez. Strike 1. Oh, 1. Fouled away, and Hernandez in an 0-2 hole. Oh, 2 pitch to Enrique Hernandez. Swing and a miss. Bassett, a 1-2-3, bottom of the 8th. This game 3 is heading to the 9th. 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Again, it's 3, 4, and 5 due up for the Blue Jays. Guerrero, Kiner Falefa, and Varsho. It would behoove the Blue Jays to score at least 1 run because Ohtani is due up second in the bottom of the 9th for the Dodgers. Guerrero is 1 for 3 on the night. He's singled, and he's also reached on a walk. He has scored 2 runs tonight. Here we go. Guerrero leading it off in the 9th against Sasaki. First pitch, top 9. Ball 1. One 0 pitch from Sasaki. Strike 1 on the inside corner. One 1. Guerrero in the air to right center. That's going to be playable for Teoscar Hernandez. 1 out in the 9th. And here's Isaiah Kiner-Falefa getting his first at bat of the game. Ball 1. Dalton Varsho on deck. Kiner-Falefa 0 for 4 in the World Series so far. Upstairs, a ball and a strike. Or 2-0 rather, the count, I'm sorry. And now 3-0. Three-0 pitch. That's taken all the way, and it's a strike. 3-1. Sasaki's 3-1. Inside, Kiner-Falefa draws a 1-out walk in the 9th. So Kiner-Falefa at first representing the go-ahead run, and Dalton Varsho coming to the plate. Varsho 1 for 3 on the night. Singled, and he's also reached on a walk. Pitch to him is outside, ball 1. Sasaki's 1-0 pitch to Dalton Varsho. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Kirk is on deck. Kirk hit the 3-run homer in the 4th that made it 3-2 Blue Jays at the time. 1-1. Down in the dirt. Again, a nice stop by Smith. 2-1. Two-one pitch. Varsho fouls it off, and the count's 2-2. Sasaki's 2-2 pitch to Varsho. Outside, full count. See if Kiner-Falefa will try to get a head start here. The 3-2 payoff to Varsho. Ran off the glove of Freeman at first base, and Kiner-Falefa heading to third. The throw, and out at third base on the throw. I don't know if that's worth the base running risk in a tie game in the ninth inning. It's hindsight and foresight, obviously, but great play out there by Tommy Edman. Kiner-Falefa is clearly out on the replay. So that's a hit for Varsho. Kiner-Falefa thrown out, trying to advance to third. And here's Kirk with runner at first and 2 out. And out comes Mark Prior, the pitching coach. That is the second base running mistake the Blue Jays have made tonight. Obviously, after the fact quarterbacking here, you would have had Kirk coming up. There's absolutely no reason to risk running to third base right there if you're Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Stay at second. You'll have first and second with 1 out and Kirk up. "1-0 pitch to Kirk from Sasaki. 2-0. Strike at the knees. 2-1. Two-one pitch from Sasaki to Kirk, and Kirk steps out and calls time. Two-one pitch. Outside, 3-1. Miles Straw on deck. The 3-1 to Kirk. Blowing inside, ball 4. And it's first and second with 2 outs. Now how big is that base running mistake by Kiner-Falefa? You'd be sitting bases loaded, 1 out right now. Here's Miles Straw getting his first at bat tonight. Came in as a pinch runner for Barger. Straw hitting 182 in the postseason. Ball 1. Varsho at second, Kirk at first. The 2 base runners for the Blue Jays. 1-0 pitch. Fouled back, out of play, 1-1. Again, in the ninth inning for the Dodgers, it'll be Pages and then the top of the order, Ohtani and Betts. Look who the Dodgers have warming up in the bullpen. Clayton Kershaw. Jeff Hoffman loosening for the Blue Jays. 1-1 pitch is hit to third on one bounce. The throw to second in time. Blue Jays retired in the ninth again. A base running mistake cost Toronto, and the Dodgers a chance to win it in the bottom of the ninth, 5-5. Blue Jays have now stranded 11 men on base and are now just 1 for 9 tonight with runners in scoring position. Jeff Hoffman will come in to pitch, the sixth pitcher of the night for the Blue Jays. Hoffman making his 8th appearance of the postseason. He's got 2 saves. He's been Toronto's closer in the postseason. He's pitched 8 innings, given up 1 run, 3 hits, walked 3, and struck out 13. Ohtani due up second. It'll be Pages leading off. Pages 0 for 3 on the night. He'll face Hoffman. Both teams have used 6 pitchers tonight. We're going to stretch the bullpen a little thin here because this is the first of games on 3 consecutive nights. So here we go, bottom of the ninth. By far the best game of the series so far. Remember the dramatic situation in Game 1 of the World Series last year. Freddie Freeman hitting the game-winning grand slam. Here we go. Hoffman against Pages. First pitch, bottom 9. Strike 1. A pop out and 2 flyouts for Pages tonight. Bouncer foul and Pages in an 0-2 hole. I think the Dodger fans could care less what happens this at bat. It's the next one they're wanting to see. Hoffman's 0-2 to Pages. Foul back. Count stays 0-2. Another 0-2 pitch to Pages. Another foul ball. Pages doing a good job hanging in here. 0-2 pitch again from Hoffman to Pages. Ball one. Hoffman's 1-2 pitch to Pages. Just missed. 2-2. Two pitch bounced. That's foul. And again, it's 2-2. The pitch number 8 of the at bat. Two once again. And another foul. Great battle here. Pages hanging in. Two. Down low, and the count is full. Three-two payoff. Pages in the air, popped up. Kiner-Falefa with the catch, 1 out. And Pages' postseason slump continues. So now here's the at-bat everyone's looking forward to. Here comes Ohtani. 2 homers, 2 doubles tonight. And they're going to intentionally walk Shohei Ohtani. Yes, this is a risk. You put the winning run on base, but you're going to take your chances with Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. Crowd's not going to like that, but here's Betts. 0 for 4 tonight. Throw over to first. Ohtani dives back in. Now, Ohtani did steal 20 bases in the regular season. There he goes. Pitch is outside. The throw to second. Out at second base. Ohtani came off the bag, according to the second base umpire. He doesn't think so. And we'll see if Dave Roberts asks for a challenge. Let's see. Here's the replay. I couldn't tell. His right foot came off the bag, but I can't tell in either of these 2 camera angles. Let's see if this one. There's the tag. Ohtani's. Oh yeah, he's off the bag. There's the tag. He's off the bag there, and Kiner-Falefa still got the tag. Yeah, he's out. So this is going to be a big second out for Toronto. Dodgers are challenging this, but from what I've seen, this call's going to stand. Ohtani's going to be out, and there's the call. So Ohtani's out. And the Dodgers are out of challenges. Ohtani beat it originally, but his foot came off the bag, and Kiner-Falefa still had the tag on him. So now bases empty, 2 outs, and a 1-0 count on Mookie Betts. Ball 2. Betts has flown out 3 times and struck out. 2-0 is foul. 2-1. Freddie Freeman on deck. Here's the 2-1 pitch. In the air, right field, and the catch is made. In right field by Lucas. And Game 3 of the World Series is heading to the 10th. 5-5 ball game. Extra innings in LA. Wow. Dodgers are going to go to the bullpen once again and bring in Emmett Sheehan. On for the 5th time in the postseason. He's pitched 3 2/3 innings, given up 7 runs, 8 hits. He's walked 3 and struck out 2. He'll be facing the 8, 9, and 1 hitters, Clement, Jimenez, and France. Five game. Blue Jays have out-hit the Dodgers 11-10. But the Blue Jays have left 11 men on base and are just 1 for 9 on the night with runners in scoring position. So here we go, on to the 10th. Well, this has been a fun one. Boy, this is going to be a heartbreaking loss for whoever goes down in this game. First pitch to Clement, top 10, swing and a miss. Strike 1 pitch to Clement. Popped up. Foul ground. Freeman with room has it for the first out in the 10th. And here's Jimenez. One for 3 for Jimenez. RBI single back in that 4-run 4th inning. Also has a sacrifice fly tonight. Swing and a miss. 0-1. Oh, 1. Inside, 1-1. Top of the order, France is on deck. In the bottom of the 10th for the Dodgers, it's going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters, Freeman, Smith, and Muncy. 1-1 swing and a miss by Jimenez, 1-2. One-two pitch. Swing and a miss. 2 down in the 10th. And here comes France. Ball 1. One-zero pitch. France sends it into left. That's going to fall for a base hit. France has a 2-out single here in the 10th inning. And it'll bring up Lucas. Lucas hitless in 4 at-bats tonight. If Lucas gets on, it's Guerrero. Pinch runner at first base for France, Davis Schneider. That only leaves now on the bench Tyler Heineman as the only position player left for Toronto. She into Lucas. That is ripped to right. That is down and in the corner. Schneider rounding third. The throw home is going to be in time. Schneider is out. Another base running mistake by Toronto, as Schneider was out by a mile at home plate. Bottom of the 10th we go. It remains 5-5 Blue Jays Dodgers. Boy, Toronto has now ran themselves out of 3 innings tonight with these base running mistakes. Again, Freeman, Smith, and Muncy, 3 scheduled hitters for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 10th. If the Blue Jays do end up losing this game, you can look at these base running miscues tonight as a big reason why. I mean, that was not even close at home plate. Schneider was out by a country mile. So Freddie Freeman will lead it off here in the bottom of the 10th for the Dodgers. On the night, Freeman is 1 for 2. He's walked twice. All right, so bottom of the 10th, Hoffman back out to pitch for Toronto. Hoffman against Freddie Freeman. Freeman steps in. First pitch, bottom of the 10th. Ball 1. One 0 pitch is hit foul. 1-1. One pitch. Outside, 2-1 to Freddie Freeman. Two one pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Two. Outside, full count. If we go to the 11th, which I'll tell you after this 3-2 payoff pitch. In the air, foul ground. Is it playable? It is. And the catch made for the first out. Clement with the catch. If there is an 11th inning, it'll be Guerrero, Kiner Falefa, and Varsho for Toronto. Here's Will Smith. 1 for 3, single, and he's reached on a walk. Ball 1. 1-0 pitch. That's off the plate. 2-0. That's 3-0. Max Muncy on deck. (3-0). Taking all the way, and it's strike one. (3-1) pitch. And it hits him. And Will Smith, the winning run, is on at first base. And the batter's Max Muncy. Muncy 0 for 4 tonight. Dodgers have the winning run on at first. Ball one. Smith a short lead at first. Muncy takes strike one. (1-1) pitch. Strike two on a foul ball. Teoscar Hernandez, who homered earlier tonight, is on deck. (1-2) pitch. Called strike three, and Muncy knew it. 2 down in the 10th. And here comes Teoscar Hernandez. Runner at first, 2 outs. In addition to the home run, Hernandez has singled tonight as well. Popped up, foul territory. That will reach the seats. Strike one. Clayton Kershaw is, if there is an 11th inning, will he be in to pitch it? He's been warming up in the bullpen. Now he's just sitting down in the bullpen. (0-1) pitch to Teoscar Hernandez. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. (0-2) pitch. The line past the diving shortstop and into left field for a base hit. Smith will stop at second. 2 on with 2 outs. Winning run now in scoring position for Tommy Edman. Boy, that was just past the diving Jimenez at shortstop. Third hit of the night for Teoscar Hernandez. Here's Edman. Only run that matters is Will Smith at second base. Edman is 0 for 4 tonight. What a time for him to get his first hit, but he sends a popper. Guerrero is there, and this game is heading to the 11th inning. Guerrero to lead it off in the 11th for Toronto. It's still 5-5. Dodgers have now left 8 runners on base. Blue Jays have left 12. Guerrero, Kiner-Falefa, and Varsho due up here in the 11th. Teams have now combined for 24 hits tonight. And let's see if we see Kershaw come on to pitch here in the 11th inning. Guerrero to lead off. He's 1 for 4 tonight. He's singled and he's reached on a walk. He's scored twice. Nope, it's going to be Sheehan back on the mound, at least to start the 11th inning. As we play on here in Game 3. Sheehan against Guerrero here to lead off the top of the 11th. Got a meeting here between the home plate umpire Mark Wegner and Will Smith. So here we go. Whatever that discussion was seems to be resolved. Here's Guerrero to lead off the 11th. First pitch, Sheehan to Guerrero. Strike 1. Strike 1 pitch. 1-1. One pitch. Guerrero in the air to center. And the catch made by Pages for the first out. And here's Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Walked in his previous plate appearance. Sheehan's pitch to Kiner-Falefa's inside, ball one. One-zero pitch is a strike at the knees to Kiner-Falefa. Counts even 1-1. Kershaw warming up again for the third time in the Dodger bullpen. 1-1 to Kiner-Falefa's right back to the pitcher Sheehan. 2 outs in the 11th. And Dalton Varsho will step up with the bases empty and 2 outs. Varsho 2 for 4 with a couple singles, and he's also reached on a walk. Pitch to Varsho, ball one. Braden Fisher loosening in the Blue Jay bullpen. 1-0 pitch. Bounce foul, 1-1. Eight, 9, and 1 hitters due up for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 11th. Enrique Hernandez, Pages, and then Ohtani. 1-1 pitch is a strike on the inside corner. 1-2. Sheehan's 1-2 pitch to Dalton Varsho. He got him. Sheehan retires the Blue Jays 1-2-3 in the 11th. Bottom of the 11th we go. Still 5-5 Blue Jays Dodgers. Again, it'll be 8, 9, and 1. Enrique Hernandez, Pages, and then Ohtani. And Fisher is going to come on to pitch for Toronto. Braden Fisher out for the 8th time in the postseason. He's pitched 5 2/3 innings, giving up 5 runs, 8 hits. Walked 3. He has struck out 8. So the line on Hoffman, he goes 2 innings, gives up 1 hit, walked 1, struck out 1. He threw 23 pitches. So both teams now 7 pitchers used. Enrique Hernandez to lead off the Dodger 11th. He's 2 for 4 tonight with a couple of singles. And he scored a run. Struck out his other 2 plate appearances. Fisher on to keep the Dodgers off the board and get this game to the 12th inning. So here we go. Fisher against Enrique Hernandez. Ball one. One 0 pitch. 2-0. Two 0. That's outside. It's 3-0. Three 0 pitch, and that hits the inside corner. Strike one. I think Hernandez was getting ready to throw the bat away and head to first base. 3-1 pitch is a swing and a miss, and that will fill the count 3-2. Three-two payoff pitch. Fouled away, and we'll do it again. Another 3-2 payoff. Hit foul again. Three-two once again to Enrique Hernandez. Swing and a miss. He got him. Fisher got him to chase a low one out in the 11th. And here comes Pages. Pages 0 for 4 tonight, 4 for 47 in the postseason. He has just been in a serious postseason funk. Pages fouls it off, strike one. Ohtani's on deck. You're probably, if the bases are empty, you're probably going to be looking at another intentional walk. Pages, that's hit right to third. Clement with the catch. 2 outs. And here comes Ohtani, and let's see if it'll be another intentional walk to him. They intentionally walked him last time, and they're going to do it again. So an intentional walk to Ohtani puts the winning run on at first with 2 outs, and will bring up Mookie Betts. They are taking absolutely no more chances with Ohtani. Yes, you walk and put the winning run on base, but I think that's a chance Toronto's willing to take. Strike one to Mookie Betts. Betts is 0 for 5 tonight. 3 flyouts, a strikeout, and a foul out. Ohtani does not go, and the pitch is a strike, and Betts is in an 0-2 hole. Oh, 2 pitch. That is through into left field for a base hit. Betts with his first hit of the night. Ohtani stops at second, winning run in scoring position for the Dodgers. And Freddie Freeman coming up. Freeman 1 for 3 tonight. Singled, and he's also drawn a couple walks. Ohtani at second, the winning run. Dave Roberts going out to have a look at Ohtani. Looks like he may have pulled up slightly gimpy there as he was going into second base. It'll take a lot more than that to get him out of this game. Meeting on the mound before this at bat to Freddie Freeman. So here we go. Ohtani, the winning run at second. Here's the pitch to Freeman. Foul ball, strike one. Oh, 1 pitch. In the air to left center. Miles Straw under it. We play on yet some more. Dodgers strand 2. On to inning number 12. 5-5. Be the 6, 7, and 8 hitters for the Blue Jays. Kirk, Straw, and Clement. Dodgers have now left 10 runners on base. Blue Jays have stranded 12. So we move to the 12th. And here's Kirk to lead it off. Kirk is 2 for 4, hit the 3-run home run back in the 4th, which seems like quite a while ago now. Sheehan into his 3rd inning in relief on the mound. First pitch, top 12, ball one. We are in this deep in this game because of some base running miscues by Toronto tonight that have been very costly. 1-0 pitch is down low. It's 2-0. Kershaw continuing to loosen in the Dodgers bullpen. This is about the fourth time now he's been up loosening. 2-0 to Kirk is foul. It's 2-1. Kirk steps back in, and the 2-1 pitch from Sheehan. Ball three. Three-one pitch. And there's a leadoff walk to Kirk in the top of the 12th. And it will bring up Myles Straw. Kirk is going to be lifted here for a pinch runner, Tyler Heineman. He is the last position player left for Toronto. And he's coming in to run for Kirk. So he will go behind the plate in the bottom of the 12th. And Myles Straw, the batter, hit into a fielder's choice back in the 9th. Straw shows bunt, takes a strike. So the Blue Jays have utilized their position players on the bench. Oh, 0-1 pitch, Straw bunts, foul, and it's 0-2. So Straw probably up there swinging now. 0-2 pitch. 1-2. Nice stop by Smith. Straw steps back in the box. Sheehan's 1-2 pitch. He does bunt. It's a popper to first base. Freeman makes the catch. 1 out. And here comes Clement. Clement is 1 for 5. Sheehan's pitch to Clement, strike 1. Be the middle of the Dodgers order in the bottom of the 12th. Smith, Muncy, and Teoscar Hernandez. Oh, 1 pitch to Clement. Hit foul, out of play. It's 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch. Up the middle, backhanded there. The throw to first in time. Gets Clement by half a step, 2 outs. Heineman does get into scoring position as he advances to second. And the batter will be Andres Gimenez. Well, it just got him at first base. And they are going to intentionally walk Gimenez. That'll put runners at first and second and set up the force play. And France comes up. And Mark Pryor going out to the mound to have a word with Sheehan. Well, France making his first postseason appearance tonight. Actually, I'm sorry, France. It is going to be Schneider. Schneider pinch ran for France. So Davis Schneider is going to get his first at bat. First and second, 2 outs for the Blue Jays. Schneider hitting 154 in the postseason. He's 0 for 3 in the World Series. First and second, 2 outs. Schneider with a hit to the outfield could give the Blue Jays the lead. Sheehan's pitch, ball 1. Lucas is on deck. Sheehan's 1-0 pitch to Davis Schneider. Strike 1. One pitch. And Sheehan steps off. Sheehan ready. Schneider ready. The 1-1 pitch. Strike 2 on the outside corner. And the sellout crowd at Dodger Stadium rises to their feet once again. Sheehan's 1-2 to Schneider. 2-2. Two pitch coming. Low and outside. Good stop by Smith. It's a full count. And now the two base runners will get a head start. Heineman at second, Jimenez at first, the two base runners. 3-2, runners go. Bouncer to third. That's going to be a tough play. And out at third base. Muncy was standing on third base when he fielded the ball. And Toronto does have a challenge left. And let's see if John Schneider wants to challenge this. The ball rolled to third base. Muncy was standing. Oh, he's safe at third base. They just showed the replay. He is clearly safe at third unless his foot came off the bag, which it did not. Yeah, I think John Schneider is going to want to challenge this one. This should be bases loaded and 2 outs. And Toronto is going to challenge. Anyway, the ball went off the end of the bat and rolled to third base. Muncy was standing on third. But by the time the ball rolled in his glove, it sure looks like Heineman's already standing on third base. Here it is right here. Heineman on the bag there. Yeah, the ball's not in the glove yet. And I'm seeing see if his foot comes off the base, and it does not look like it. And the call has been overturned. The bases are loaded with 2 outs. Dave Roberts coming in to pull Sheehan, and Clayton Kershaw is going to come in with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the top of the 12th. Kershaw coming on for just the second time in the postseason, and it was not a memorable first appearance. Pitched 2 innings, gave up 4 runs and 6 hits. Walked 3, didn't strike out any. That was in Game 3 of the division series against the Phillies. The one game the Phillies won in that series. So Kershaw looking to redeem himself. Bases loaded, 2 outs for the Blue Jays. And Lucas will be the batter. Lucas 1 for 5 tonight. Singled, he's also reached on a walk. Heineman, the runner at third. Jimenez at second. Schneider at first. So here we go. Blue Jays tonight are just 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position. This infield hit by Schneider was the second one. Lucas stepping up. Bases loaded. All 3 runners on base are the responsibility of Sheehan. First pitch, ball 1 to Lucas. Guerrero on deck. I believe I erroneously said Lucas is singled and walked. He's actually doubled. in this game and walked, and takes a strike, 1-1. One pitch. Little low, 2-1. Two and one, the count on Lucas. The pitch. Strike two. Counts even, 2-2. Bases loaded for the Blue Jays. 2 outs, top of the 12th in a 5-5 game. 2-2 payoff. Downstairs, and the count is full. Runners will get a head start on the 3-2 pitch. Here's the payoff pitch. Lucas hits it in the air to left, curving, foul. Again, a 3-2 pitch. The runners again will get a head start. 3-2 to Lucas. Pop foul, and we'll do it again. Be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Another 3-2. Again, the runners take off. Lucas, a bouncer to second. Tough play, underhand throw, and it gets him at first base. Jays leave them loaded. They have now left 15 runners on base tonight. Again, the Dodgers a chance to win it in the bottom of the 12th. The middle of the order, Smith, Muncy, and Teoscar Hernandez. "15 stranded base runners. Fisher will be back out to pitch in the 12th. And Will Smith leads it off. 1 for 3. So here, Will Smith, 1 for 3 tonight. He's reached on a walk and singled. Fisher on to try to get this game to the 13th. Strike one to Will Smith. Oh, 1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Smith behind in the count, 0-2. Heineman, who pinch ran for Kirk, stays in the game to catch. 0-2 pitch to Smith. Little off the plate, 1-2. One-two pitch. Swing and a miss. Smith goes down on strikes. 1 out in the 12th. And it'll bring up Max Muncy. Hitless in 5 at-bats tonight. Fisher is being relieved on the mound. And the Blue Jays will go to their 8th pitcher of the night. Eric Lauer, on for the 5th time in the postseason. He's pitched 4 innings. He's given up 3 runs, 4 hits, walked 2, struck out 6. By the way, the final line on Sheehan for the Dodgers, 2 2/3 innings, gave up 3 hits, walked 2, struck out 2, threw 37 pitches. So Fisher's line complete for the Blue Jays, inning and a third, gave up a hit, walked 1, struck out 2. He threw 19 pitches. And now Lauer coming on to face Max Muncy. So here we go, Lauer to face Muncy. Bases empty, 1 out. Lauer's first pitch to Muncy. Strike 1 on the inside corner. Lauer's 0-1 to Muncy. Muncy sends it in the air to right. And an over-the-shoulder catch by Kiner Falefa for out number 2. And it will bring up Teoscar Hernandez with bases empty and 2 outs. Teoscar Hernandez 3 for 5 tonight. Homered back in the 2nd inning, which seems like an eternity ago. He's also singled twice. Ball one, no, strike one to Teoscar Hernandez. Should this game go to the 13th, Guerrero will lead off. Oh, 1 is outside, a ball and a strike. One pitch. Fouled away, 1-2 on Teoscar Hernandez. One-two pitch. Outside, 2-2. Two-two. Fouled off. Count stays 2-2. Two-two. Popped up. Kiner-Falefa calls, and this game 3 is moving to the 13th. We remain tied 5-5 after 12. Guerrero, Kiner-Falefa, and Varsho. 3 batters due up in the top of the 13th inning. Pitcher number 9 of the night for the Dodgers coming in, Edgardo Henriquez, making his second appearance. Gave up a run and a hit and walked 2 in his prior appearance. Did not record an out. And he will face Vladimir Guerrero to lead off the top of the 13th inning. Guerrero 1 for 5 on the night. He's singled and he's reached on a walk. So Kershaw goes a third of an inning, throws 8 pitches, and gets the final out of the 12th. So Guerrero stepping up to lead off the 13th for Toronto. 5 runs, 14 hits, no errors for the Blue Jays. They've left 15 on base. 5 runs, 12 hits, 2 errors for the Dodgers. They've left 10. Here we go. First pitch, top 13, strike 1. Enriquez's 0-1 pitch to Guerrero. High, ball one. Just hit 101 miles an hour on that sinker. One pitch. Upstairs, 2-1. Two-one pitch. Hit foul, third base side, counts even 2-2. Two. Hit to short. One out in the 13th. And it'll bring up Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Kiner-Falefa 0 for 1. He has reached on a walk. Kiner-Falefa takes strike one, 102 miles an hour on the fastball. Will Klein, the last relief pitcher the Dodgers have left in their bullpen. 0-1 pitch. Misses 1-1 outside of the starters. One pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. One, two to Kiner-Falefa from Enriquez. Swing and a miss. He got him. 2 down. And it'll bring up Varsho. Varsho 2 for 5. He has reached on a walk as well. Strike one. Oh, 1 pitch to Varsho. Oh, hits him. Came inside and hits Varsho, and he's aboard with 2 outs. And Heineman will be the batter. Heineman came in the game for Kirk. First at bat of the postseason, hit .289 in the regular season. In the air to center field. And that will do it in the top of the 13th for the Blue Jays. They strand another runner on base. Now 16 left on base tonight. Dodgers, another chance to win it in the bottom half. It's the bottom third of the order. Edman, Enrique Hernandez, and Pages. 5-5 game. Scoring started back in the second inning. A Teoscar Hernandez solo home run. That made it 1-0. And then in the bottom of the third, Ohtani with a solo home run to right made it 2-0 Dodgers. Then the top of the fourth, Alejandro Kirk, a 3-run home run, made it 3-2 Blue Jays. They added to their lead in the fourth on a sacrifice fly for Andres Gimenez. That made it 4-2 Toronto. It stayed that way until the bottom of the fifth. On a Shohei Ohtani RBI double that made it 4-3. And then an RBI single for Freddie Freeman tied it up at 4. Blue Jays retook the lead in the top of the seventh on an RBI single by Bo Bichette. Made it 5-4 Blue Jays. Dodgers answered in the bottom half with Ohtani's second home run. That made it 5-5 in the bottom of the seventh, and we've been 5-5 ever since. Edman to lead it off here in the bottom of the 13th for the Dodgers. He's 0 for 5 tonight. Edman, Pages, and Muncy. Only 3 Dodgers in the starting lineup that do not have a hit. Here we go. Lauer back to work on the mound. First pitch to Edman. Ball 1. One 0. That's lined into right center field. That's going to get down and go all the way to the warning track. Edman at second has a leadoff double and the winning run on scoring position for the Dodgers. Gonna have a pinch hitter here for Enrique Hernandez. It's gonna be Miguel Rojas. He's hitting 3 for 8 in the postseason. See if he's up there even to bunt to try to get the winning run to third. Have a meeting on the mound here before the Rojas at bat. And John Schneider coming out to the mound now to have a talk with Lauer. So here we go. Miguel Rojas, the batter. Pinch hitting for Enrique Hernandez. Pitch. He does show bunt and gets it down. That will get the job done. Winning run to third. 1 out. And the batter will be Pages. So Rojas doing the job he was asked to do. Get the winning run 90 feet away with one out. Pinch hitter here for Pages, Alex Call. Pages in that big postseason slump. They bring on Call to pinch hit. Lauer's pitch, ball one. Ohtani on deck. They've intentionally walked him his last two times. One-0 pitch. Inside, 2-0. Winning run at third is Tommy Edman, one out. 2-0 pitch to Call. Pops it up on the infield, 2 down. And Edman stays at third. Ohtani will be the batter. I'm sure they're going to walk him again. And they do indeed. So Ohtani's intentionally walked for the third consecutive time. And Mookie Betts steps up with runners at the corners and 2 outs. Betts is 1 for 6. Got his first hit of the game with a single back in the 11th. And they're going to intentionally walk him too to load the bases, but it will set up a force play. Because let's face it, Ohtani and Betts at second and first mean absolutely nothing. It's that runner at third base. The only one that matters. So the bases are loaded, 2 outs. Freddie Freeman stepping up to try and win this game. 1 for 4 tonight. RBI single, and he's walked twice. Bases loaded, 2 outs with a chance to win it. Ball one. One-0 pitch. In the air to center. At the wall, it's caught. And the Dodgers leave the bases loaded. Heading to the 14th in Game 3, 5-5. One of the most memorable World Series games in recent memory. We did have that 17-inning game a few years back. The teams are now a combined 4 for 22 with runners in scoring position tonight. And they've combined to strand 29 runners on base. Bottom third of the Blue Jays order, Straw, Clement, and Jimenez due up in the 14th. Tenths, game 3. Alex Call stays in the game defensively in left field after he pinch hit for Pages. Rojas stays in the game to play second base. Edman, who was in second base, moves to center field. So here's Miles Straw leading off the 14th for the Blue Jays. He's 0 for 2. Hit into a fielder's choice and lined out. There's a strike. 1-1. One pitch. Outside, 2-1. Two one is fouled back, and that'll even the count 2-2. Two. That's in the air to center. At the edge of the warning track, the catch made by Tommy Edman for the first out. And it'll bring up Clement. Clement 1 for 6 tonight. Pitch from Enriquez. Bouncer foul, strike 1. Clement's one hit in this game was a single way back in the 4th inning, as this game is now past the 5-hour mark. Clement fouls it off, and he's in an 0-2 hole. Oh, 2 pitch to Clement. Just missed. 1-2. Looking to the Dodgers half of the 14th, it'll be the middle of the order. Will Smith, Max Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez. 1-2, fouled back. Clement stays alive. One-two pitch. Hit foul. Clement again stays alive. Another 1-2 pitch. And another foul ball. Great battle here between Clement and Henriquez. Another 1-2 pitch. Bouncer to third. Long throw across the diamond. Dug out by Freeman. 2 outs. Nice scoop by Freeman at first base to get Clement by half a step. And it'll bring up Andres Gimenez. Base is empty, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Gimenez 1 for 4, has a single, a sac fly, and he was intentionally walked. Swing and a miss. Counts 0-2. Dodger Stadium crowd rises again. 0-2, just got a piece of that to foul it off, and it fouled it right off his foot. John Schneider going out to have a look at Gimenez. Fouled that right off his, I thought it was his foot, but it looked his right knee. Or his, right above his left knee, actually. Gimenez gets back in the box. And another 0-2 pitch. Foul back. Another 0-2 pitch to Gimenez. Bouncer foul again. Another 0-2 swing and a miss. Gimenez strikes out. Blue Jays done in the 14th. Will Smith, Max Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez due up for the Dodgers, trying to win it again. So, bottom 14. See if we see Lauer back out there on the mound. It will be Lauer back out there. Pitch an inning and 2/3 in relief right now. And Will Smith will lead it off. 1 for 4. Does have the hat trick on strikeouts as he has struck out 3 times. We are at the 5-hour and 10-minute mark in this game. Here's Will Smith against Lauer. Ball 1. One 0 pitch. Strike 1. Neither team has scored since the 7th inning. Both teams got a run in the 7th. It's been the last scoring in this game. Will Smith fouls off the 1-1 pitch, now 1-2. One, two, fouled away. Count stays 1-2. One, two, down low, 2-2. Max Muncy on deck. Two. Popped up. That will get out of play. And the count remains 2-2. Another 2-2. And another foul. Another 2-2 pitch on the way to Will Smith. In the air, deep left field, back it goes, at the track, it's caught. My goodness, Will Smith just missed a game-winning home run by about 5 feet. And here's Max Muncy. Muncy 0 for 6. Muncy takes up and in, ball 1. Boy, that was just missed from a game-winning home run. Strike 1. Muncy, with his 0 for 6 tonight, has dropped his postseason average under 200. One. Ball 2. Two one pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-2 now. Teoscar Hernandez is on deck. He's got 3 hits tonight, including a home run. Muncy lifts it deep to right field, but that is foul. And the count stays 2-2. Two pitch, and time called as Heineman going out to have a word with Lauer on the mound. So the meeting on the mound is over as we get set for a 2-2 pitch. Downstairs, full count. Both bullpens running very, very thin. Payoff pitch. Ball 4. And Muncy draws a 1-out walk. And it'll bring up Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar Hernandez, 3 for 6 on the night. He homered back in the second inning some 5 hours ago. Hernandez fouls it back, strike 1. Lauer steps off before the 0-1 pitch. Oh, 1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch on the way from Lauer to Teoscar Hernandez. Down in the dirt, 1-2. Nice stop back there by Heineman. Muncy, the runner at first, representing the winning run. 1-2 is upstairs, 2-2. Two pitch. Foul ball. Tommy Edman on deck. Two. Upstairs, full count. The payoff pitch. And a foul ball. We'll do another 3-2. Another payoff 3-2 pitch. Up the middle, base hit for Teoscar Hernandez. Stopping at second is Muncy, winning run, now in scoring position with 1 out for Tommy Edman. Edman 1 for 6 on the night, doubled last inning. Edman steps in the box. Lauer about to throw his 40th pitch in relief. Ripped foul, strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch. Popped up. 2 out. Kiner Falefa with the catch, and it will bring up Rojas, who will get his first at bat. I'm sorry, second at bat. He had the sack bunt his first time up. First and second, 2 outs. Call is on deck. Ball 1. One 0. On the ground to third. Low throw, but dug out on 1 bounce by Guerrero. And this game is heading to the 15th inning. 2 more stranded for the Dodgers. Teams have now combined to leave 31 runners on base. And the Dodgers are bringing on their final relief pitcher available in the bullpen, Will Klein. Klein making his second appearance of the postseason. He's pitched 1 inning, given up 1 hit. As I said, he is the last reliever available in the bullpen. So Enriquez goes 2 innings in relief. Struck out 2 through 30 pitches. Top of the order, Schneider, Lucas, and Guerrero for Toronto here in the 15th inning. Davis Schneider to lead off. Schneider in the DH spot, 1 for 1. So here we go. Klein against Schneider. First pitch, top 15. Strike 1. Oh, 1. There's a strike. It's 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch. Upstairs, 1-2. One, two, swing and a miss. One down, and it'll bring up Lucas. Lucas 1 for 6 on the night. Strike 1. Blue Jays now going through the lineup for the 8th time. Strike 2. Lucas didn't care for that call at all. Oh, 2 pitch. Way high, 1-2. One, 2 is hit foul. Count stays 1-2. Brendan Little starting to loosen in the Toronto bullpen. One, 2 is way high, 2-2. 2-2 pitch. Hit foul. Count stays 2-2. Two. Hit to short. Long throw in time for out number 2. Here comes Guerrero. He's 1 for 6, and he's also drawn a walk. Swing and a miss by Guerrero. Strike 1. Oh, 1, strike 2. 0-2 on Guerrero. Dodgers have set another World Series record, which I'll tell you about at the half inning break. Oh, 2 pitch. Up the middle, and that's going to be an infield hit for Guerrero with 2 outs. Great effort there at second base by Rojas to keep that from going into center field, but no chance to throw out Guerrero. And it'll bring up Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Runner at first and 2 outs. Kiner-Falefa is 0 for 2. He has reached on a walk back in the 9th inning. Strike 1 at the knees. Looking ahead to the Dodgers half of the 15th, it'll be Call, Ohtani, and Betts. 9, 1, and 2 in the lineup. 0-1 is outside, 1-1. One. Hit foul, 1-2. One-two hit foul. This is the second postseason game to go 15 innings this year. Of course, Game 5 of the division series, Tigers and Mariners, went 15 before the Mariners pulled that game out. 1-2 downstairs in the dirt, 2-2. To Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Called strike 3. Blue Jays strand Guerrero. Blue Jays strand their 17th runner of the night. Bottom 15 coming, 5-5. Again, it'll be Call and then the top of the order, Ohtani and Betts. See who comes on to pitch the bottom of the 15th here for the Blue Jays. This game has featured 503 pitches. And the teams are a combined 4 for 24 with runners in scoring position tonight. So Call will lead it off. Nobody has left Dodger Stadium, it does not appear. We're well into Tuesday morning in the Eastern time zone where I am. This first pitch got thrown at 8:11 Eastern time on Monday. 5 hours, 38 minutes ago. Here's Call leading it off. Lauer back on the mound. First pitch to Call, strike one. Call came on in replace of Pages in the 13th. Call fouls it off. It's 0-2. Ohtani on deck. He's been intentionally walked his last 3 times. Oh-2, Call fouls it off to stay alive. Another 0-2 pitch to Call from Lauer. Upstairs, 1-2. One, 2. 2-2. Two pitch. Call hits it foul. Count stays 2-2. Another 2-2 pitch. Bouncer to second. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa throw to first in time to get called by a step. 1 out, and here's Ohtani. Will they intentionally walk him for the 4th time? Ohtani is going to be intentionally walked for the 4th consecutive time. So he represents the winning run, and Mookie Betts comes up. Betts is 1 for 6. He's also reached on a walk. Strike one. And his walk was also an intentional walk. Strike one pitch to Mookie Betts. Oh, almost hit him. 1-1. Ohtani at first. Does not go. Betts swings and misses. It's 1-2. One-two pitch. Betts in the air to right. That's going to be playable out there. 2 down. Ohtani holds it first. And it'll bring up Freddie Freeman, the runner at first, and 2 outs. Freeman 1 for 5. He's drove in a run with an RBI single, and he's walked twice. Lauer steps off before the first pitch to Freeman. Ball 1. One 0 pitch. Strike one. One. Freeman in the air to left center field on the horn, and a running catch by Varsho to bring the 15th inning to a close. Had Varsho not caught up to that ball, this game's over. 5-5 on to the 16th. So Klein back out here. There's a few empty seats, but Varsho to lead it off. Strike one. Again, it's worth noting again, the Dodgers are out of relief pitchers. One and one. Might be seeing Little come in the 16th. 2 and 1. To second. 1 out in the 16th. And here's Heineman. Came in for Kirk in the 13th and flew out in his prior plate appearance. Bouncer foul, strike one. That's hit foul. It's 0-2. Is hit foul. Count stays 0-2. Bouncer foul again. Oh, 2 pitch. That's another foul. Good battle here between Klein and Heineman. And another 0-2 pitch on the way. Down in the dirt, 1-2. One-two pitch. And another foul. 1-2 pitch once again from Klein to Heineman. Popped up. Heineman will, or Klein rather, will make the catch for the second out. Here's Miles Straw with bases empty and 2 outs. Straw is hit into a fielder's choice, lined out and flown out. 0 for 3. Strike 1. Be the middle of the order due up in the bottom of the 16th. For the Dodgers, it's now 0-2 on Straw. It'll be Smith, Muncy, and Teoscar Hernandez. 3 scheduled hitters for the Dodgers in the bottom half. 0-2, a swing and a miss. And a 1-2-3 inning. Dodgers have yet another chance to win it. Bottom of the 16th, 5-5. Will Smith will be the leadoff batter in the bottom of the 16th. It's 1 for 5 on the night. Might see Little come into the ball game for Toronto here in the bottom of the 16th. As Lauer has gone the last 3 2/3 in relief. Nope, Lauer's going to come back out here in the 16th. He has thrown 57 pitches in relief. Here's Will Smith. First pitch, ball 1. One 0 pitch. There's a strike. 1-1. It's now past the 2 a.m. hour here in the Eastern time zone. This game is 5 minutes away from hitting the 6-hour mark. 1-1 is a strike. 1-2. One, two. Swing and a miss. He got him. Lauer strikes out Smith, and here's Max Muncy. He's hitless in 6 at-bats tonight. He has reached on a walk. Will Smith just struck out for the 4th time tonight on the prior at-bat. And the pitch to Muncy. Strike 1. Neither one of these teams is too happy with Mark Wegner behind the plate tonight. Oh, 1 to Muncy. Hit foul. It's 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch. Outside, 1-2. Teoscar Hernandez on deck. He homered way back in the 2nd inning. An absolute eternity ago. That 1-2 is in the dirt, 2-2. Two pitch on the way, and another foul. I appreciate all of you that's been hanging in there with me here tonight. This has been an absolute classic in Game 3. 2-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts from Lauer. And here's Teoscar Hernandez. Four for 7 tonight. The home run back in the 2nd. And he's singled 3 times since then. Hernandez sends it to center. And at the warning track, Varnell's got it. Hernandez gave that one a ride to center, but comes up just short. We play on. Into the 17th we go. 5-5. Clement, Jimenez, and the top of the order, Schneider. In the 17th. Neither team has still scored since the 7th inning. Both teams scored in the 7th. That is the last time anybody has scored in this game. Blue Jays have out-hit the Dodgers 15-14. 33 runners combined to be left on base tonight. So it will be Clement leading it off for Toronto. And Klein back out there. Again, it's worth repeating one more time. The Dodgers are out of relief pitchers. First pitch, top 17, foul ball, strike one. Oh, 1 pitch is in the air to right center. And 1 out as Edman makes the catch. And the batter's Jimenez. 1 for 5 on the game. Ball 1. In the bottom of the 17th, it'll be the bottom third of the Dodgers order. Edman, Rojas, and Call. Strike 1. Counts even 1-1. Ohtani would be due up 4th in the bottom of the 17th. That 1-1 misses. 2-1 now on Jimenez. Two-one swing and a miss. 2-2. Two-two. Downstairs, count goes full, 3-2. Top of the order, Davis Schneider is on deck. Three-two payoff, swing and a miss. Jimenez strikes out. 2 down. And Schneider the batter. Schneider 1 for 2. Strike 1. Schneider came in as a pinch runner for France, who came in after Springer got injured. Line drive right back to Klein. Flash in the weather. Blue Jays down in order in the 17th. Bottom 17 we go. Edman, Rojas, Call, 7, 8, 9 hitters due up for the Dodgers. And Lauer is done on the mound after 4 2/3 excellent innings of relief. And the Blue Jays will go to their 9th pitcher of the night. Brendan Little coming in for the 6th time in the postseason. He's 0-1. He's pitched 3 innings, given up 4 runs, 5 hits. He's walked 4 and he struck out 2. So an outstanding relief outing for Lauer. 4 2/3 innings, gave up 2 hits, did walk 4, struck out 2 through 68 pitches in relief. But now it's going to be up to Little to get the bottom 3 hitters for the Dodgers order and send this game to the 18th inning. And hardly anybody has left the stadium. So here we go, bottom 17. It'll be Edmond to lead it off. Edmond is 1 for 7 tonight. First pitch from Little, ball 1 to Tommy Edman. Edman's lone hit tonight, a double back in the 13th. One 0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. One one. Swing and a miss. 1-2. One two pitch to Edman. Swing and a miss. One down. And it will bring up Miguel Rojas. 0 for 1. He has a sacrifice bunt. Strike 1. Call is on deck. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch. Down low, 1-2. One two pitch. Outside, 2-2. Two pitch. Hit to short. 2 out. And it'll bring up call. 0 for 2. Ohtani is on deck if call gets on base. Inside, ball 1. Pop out and a ground out in the 2 prior at bats for call. One 0. That's lined into left center field for a base hit. Cole took a big turn around first, but puts on the brakes and will hold right there. 2-out single for Cole. And it will bring up Ohtani. He has been intentionally walked his last 4 trips. And looks like they're going to go after him this time. Toronto going to roll the dice and go after Ohtani. He is 4 for 4 with 2 doubles, 2 homers, and he's been intentionally walked 4 times. Now has 8 home runs in the postseason. So here we go. Little going after Ohtani. Ball 1. Two and 0. Dodgers have set 2 records tonight. Ohtani has reached base 8 times. That's a new postseason record. The Dodgers have used 10 pitchers tonight. That is also a World Series record. Two-0 pitch to Ohtani. Well, I said he was going after him, but this might be one of those intentional walks because these 3 pitches have not been close. Three-0 pitch. Ball 4. So it's first and second as the winning run call advances into scoring position. And the batter is Mookie Betts. Betts is 1 for 7 tonight. Ohtani reaches base for the 9th time. 4 extra base hits and 5 walks. Betts takes ball 1. Winning run at second is Call. One 0 pitch. Down low, it's 2-0. Freddie Freeman is on deck. That's 6 straight out of the strike zone from Little. Two 0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Betts went after ball 3, and instead it's 2-1. Two-one pitch from Little. Hit foul. Counts now 2-2 on Mookie Betts. 2-2 pitch. And Betts steps out. Comes the 2-2. Low and outside, full count. So the runners will get a head start on the pitch. Payoff pitch to Betts. Runners take off. Betts lines it foul. Count stays 3-2. Again, the runners to get a head start. And another 3-2 payoff. Hit foul. Betts just got a piece of that one. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up. Another 3-2. Betts pops it up. Foul territory. Guerrero there. He's got it. Dodgers strand 2. Dodgers have stranded 18 runners. Lucas, Guerrero, Kiner Falefa due up for the Blue Jays in the 18th. 5-5, which we've been since the 7th inning. Teams have combined to use 19 pitchers. They have thrown 576 pitches. And the teams are a combined 4 for 25 with runners in scoring position, and 35 runners have been left on base. If not for the base running miscues by Toronto tonight, this game probably ends in regulation. And Toronto probably has a 2-1 series lead. So Will Klein back to work. This is his 4th inning of relief. Lucas will lead it off in the top of the 18th inning. Lucas is 1 for 7. Shane Bieber, Game 4 scheduled starter for the Blue Jays, is not necessarily loosening in the bullpen, but he's walking around down there. Swing and a miss to Lucas for strike 1. 0-1 is a strike. 0-2. Always have to wait because Mark Wegner has been making very slow calls tonight. 0-2 pitch to Lucas. That's line caught by Freeman. A leaping grab at first. 1 out. And here's Guerrero. Guerrero 2 for 7 on the night. Takes inside, ball 1. Scored a couple runs. He's also reached on a walk. Hits that one foul, 1-1. Toronto is going through the lineup for the 9th time. As are the Dodgers. They're starting their 9th time through the lineup. 1-1 pitch to Guerrero. Inside, 2-1. Two one is downstairs. It's now 3-1 on Guerrero. Yamamoto, who pitched the complete game in Game 2, is starting to loosen in the Dodger pen because, again, they're out of relievers. And Guerrero just drew a walk with 1 out. And Isaiah Kiner-Falefa will be the batter. He's 0 for 3. He's reached on a walk. And inside to Kiner-Falefa, ball 1. One 0 to Kiner-Falefa's fouled back. Counts even 1-1. One pitch is hit to short. That's a double play ball. Out at second, 1 on to first. Oh, Kiner-Falefa beats it at first. So a 6-4 fielder's choice will bring up Dalton Varsho. Dodgers cannot challenge, although they may have had him at first base, but the Dodgers can't challenge that. They're out of challenges. Yeah, I think they had him. This might be, the Dodgers are out of challenges, so if this is going to review, this would be an umpire review. Or umpire called review. I think that ball is in the glove just prior to Kiner-Falefa's foot touching the bag. And this has gone to a review. So it's either a runner at second and 2 outs or the Dodgers are out of the inning. Oh, they call him safe. I thought that replay, it looked like they had him, but it may have been just too close that they just couldn't overturn the call on the field. So Kiner Falefa at first with 2 outs, and Dalton Varsho the batter. Singled twice, been hit by a pitch, and walked. Kiner Falefa the lead from first, and the pitch is low, ball 1. Looking ahead to the Dodgers' 18th inning, it's going to be Freeman, Smith, and Muncy. 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Popped up foul, out of play. 1-1. Klein looks in, delivers the 1-1 to Varsho. Low, 2-1. Heineman is on deck. 2-1 pitch. Pop foul, 2-2. To Dalton Varsho. And we'll do it again. Another 2-2 pitch. His pop foul again. Another 2-2 pitch to Varsho from Klein. Down low, full count. Kiner Falefa will get a head start on the pitch. Three-two pitch. There goes Kiner Falefa. Pop foul. That will get out of play. Be the 9th pitch of the at-bat to Varsho. And another foul ball. What a battle. Ooh. That foul ball came back and got Will Smith on the left arm. Three-two. Once again. And no swing, ball 4. So 2 on with 2 outs for Heineman. Ooh, that was close. Klein has thrown 66 pitches in relief. Mark Pryor on the phone down to the bullpen. Yamamoto is still down there loosening, fresh off his complete game in Game 2. So here's Heineman. 2 on, 2 outs. Klein looks in and delivers to Heineman. Foul ball, strike 1. Again, in the bottom of the 18th for the Dodgers, it's going to be Freeman, Smith, and Muncy, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Downstairs, 1-1. In a 5-5 game, which we have been 5-5 since the bottom of the 7th inning. Klein's pitch to Heineman. Nice stop. Well, Smith can't find it here, and the runners move up to second and third. And now the Blue Jays with 2 in scoring position. Pitch was in the dirt. Smith, I thought, had it stopped momentarily, but it came out of his glove. He never had it, actually. And the 2 runners advanced to second and third. Goes as a wild pitch on Klein. So now a base hit could drive in 2 runs. Miles Straw is on deck for Toronto. Has some shoe detailing on the pitcher Klein to take care of there. And now about set to go. 2-1. The count to Heineman with 2 outs, 2 in scoring position. And it's now 3-1 as that pitch misses inside. Klein delivers the 3-1, and that is on the inside corner. That'll fill the count, 3-2. Three-two payoff pitch on the way to Heineman. Swing and a miss. He got him. Toronto strands 2 in scoring position. It stays 5-5, bottom of the 18th coming up. 3, 4, and 5 due up for the Dodgers. Pitchers have now combined for over 600 total pitches. Freeman will lead it off. And he is 1 for 6 on the night, and he's also drawn a couple of walks. So Klein has pitched 4 fantastic innings of relief, only allowed 1 hit. He's walked 2 and struck out 5. He threw 72 pitches. Seeing who this new, or if I say new Toronto pitcher, if it's going to be Little back out there for the 18th. Haven't seen anybody loosening in the bullpen. Bieber was not really loosening, but he was just walking around down there, and Little is going to be back out for the 18th inning. Both teams 5 runs. Both teams 15 hits. So here we go. Freddie Freeman steps up. Ripped to right. Foul. Strike 1. A 1 to Freeman is low. A ball and a strike. One outside, 2-1. Little's 2-1, and that misses. It's 3-1 now on Freddie Freeman. Will Smith on deck. Three-1 to Freeman. Strike 2, and the count goes full 3-2. Payoff pitch. In the air, deep center field at the wall, and Freeman has just hit a walk-off home run. Dodgers win it. In the bottom of the 18th inning, Freddie Freeman sends one out to center and walks it off for the Dodgers. 6-5 in 18. And the Dodgers take a 2-1 lead in an absolute World Series classic for the ages. Freddie Freeman, the Dodgers' Game 3 hero. Six runs, 16 hits, 2 errors for the Dodgers. They left 18 on base, 5 runs, 15 hits, no errors. For the Blue Jays, they left 19 on base. Klein gets the win, is rewarded for that phenomenal relief performance. Little suffers the loss as he gives up the home run to Freeman in the 18th. Game that took about 6 hours and 40 minutes is decided on a Freddie Freeman walk-off in the 18th. Dodgers win at 6-5. I'm going to have to close this live stream here pretty quick because of the length of this game. Again, my name is John, Sports Bonanza John on YouTube. If you did like my content, would really appreciate a like and subscribe. That would really help. Sports Kick John on Kick as well. I'll be back with you tomorrow night. Hopefully tomorrow's game is as exciting as this one. As the Dodgers take a 2-1 lead here. Game 4, I'll be back with you on the live stream for World Series Game 4 tomorrow night. Thanks a lot for joining me, everyone.